Check, check. All right. We're live.
Yeah, I'm not hearing any sound though.
Did you do that? No, it's not. You're not supposed to. Hold on.
Bottom one's right. I think it's maybe the mic should be on default from video.
Yeah, but you might have had to. That's all right. It'll be all right. I mean, you can't really hear at the table anyway.
You can hear it a little bit.
Yeah, but you can't. We can't restart it though.
No, I know that.
So, but you gotta make sure those gotta be all correct when you launch it. Otherwise, it. All right. About to get going. Let's see where we can check right here on the. Go on YouTube. Make sure we can. So, talk.
Double check. 1, 2. Check, check. Yeah, you can hear us. Just can't hear the table. So it sounds like we can hear the chips on the stream, but not with us. That's weird.
Oh, you can hear them there. I don't
It
know.
sounded like you could, maybe.
Well,
Maybe I was tripping.
I can't hear. No, I can't hear anything on my headset either. Here, let's get going. Let's see.
Might just be what I was hearing in the background. I don't know. See if they've started yet.
Oh, they've been playing.
Okay.
All righty, we're about to get things rolling here. As you can see, we're here in Louisville, trying to stay warm.
Yeah, you're telling me. Usually we just get freezing ice, but they actually decided to snow this year.
Brandon Rogers, Jesus has entered the chat. Well, hello, Jesus. Forgive me for my sins. Or is that Jesus?
Hallowed be thy name.
As you see in here, they are putting the phones in the case to so we don't end up on a in Doug Polk investigation video.
Yeah, that's a lot of cameras on that phone. Had like 5 little lenses. This is crazy.
Well, I
Yeah,
take a lot of pictures in life.
How many do I get? I got 3.
You used to be a big well, your dad was a photographer, but you were big into the cameras and the video cameras. And
Yeah, not so much anymore. I do still do some photography, but usually only when I'm like traveling. I don't just get bored and go take pictures.
Does your dad still do it?
Yeah, he'll do it until the day he dies, probably. This man loves taking pictures.
Oh, shout out Yono Photography.
Well, thanks for joining us tonight, everybody. We're only a few moments away from getting started here at Club JAQK in Louisville, Kentucky. If you're ever interested in playing in one of our live streams, please be sure to visit us on any of our social media platforms. You can also visit us on clubjackpoker.net. And if you're interested in seeing how many cash games we got going, how many tournaments going on, be sure to visit us on Poker Atlas or the Poker Atlas app.
Brandon Rogers said commentary was great when I was on the stream. Well, thank you, Brandon. We try to be great.
Yeah, try to avoid the mediocrity part of commentating. We do our best.
Senior Doofenshmirtz, and yes, that's his real name, says the microphone is super low, can't hear anything. Us or the table, because I don't think we're going to hear the table tonight. we've been um, trying to improve the audio at the table, but I believe for future streams, I believe microphones are coming for the players.
Yeah,
So
that's desperately needed because we're missing out on a whole crucial aspect of part of the game is the table talk. Whether or not somebody's talking to get somebody to call, talking to get somebody to fold, just being able to pick up those table dynamics is extremely crucial in the cash game. Really helps you out, determine whether the strength or weakness of somebody's hand is in their range.
yeah. So yeah, some people like that is their very much their bread and butter part of their game is the table
100%.
talk.
Yeah.
I used to be a big table talker. I don't say nothing hardly anymore. I just listen to music and but it's it does change. I mean, you get a lot more action when you're talking and
Hmm.
people think you're gambling and maybe I'll bring the table talk back in. But I can tell you it's a lot of effort.
Oh yeah.
Like you got to be, you know, constantly flowing with conversation, never giving away anything when you have anything.
Yeah, as far as our microphones on the table, we just have, I believe it's one or two microphones that are just kind of over top of the table. But it's not very good because it picks up all of the neighboring sounds.
Yeah.
So you'll get, people in the background and other tables playing. So you don't get the exact
Yeah.
full effect of the table talk. Sometimes you can hear the player, sometimes you can't. So,
Yeah. If you've never been to Club Jack, the way our live stream is set up is our live stream table is roped off, but it is in the same
yeah,
room
it's
as all
just
the other
yeah,
tables.
it's just another table in the room.
Voices are still super low. Our voices, Senior, maybe it's your computer because I just checked my YouTube and we sound fine.
Yeah, we pulled it on YouTube and we could hear ourselves talking quite clearly.
So maybe it's your telephone or tablet or
Yeah,
television.
double check your sound settings. Make sure that they are fully up, or make sure that you remove the earbuds from your ear to be able to hear.
Yeah, maybe it's time to upgrade the old ear pods.
I'll tell you what, yeah, it's sometimes as we get older, our hearing goes away. I've been noticing that I've been hearing a lot and lot less lately.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, might have been from all the years of playing Call of Duty with headsets on and just all the constant gunfire and explosions in my ear.
Oh yeah,
It's very very similar to the actual real life world wars.
you should go to the Veterans Hospital.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking
It's
actually.
got a little PTSD too from Call
I'm
of
a
Duty.
2 decade veteran of Call of Duty.
David N says we sound fine. Spencer says it's better, but I think your thumbs up. Thank you guys. Thanks for the feedback.
Appreciate it.
While they are this, I think this is we are about to do the first, and they just dealt for the button.
Yeah, they're already out there playing. Of course, we're on a 15-minute delay of the live stream, so we're actually watching it as you guys watch it. But as I peeked out the door, I see that they're already
Let's go
playing,
ahead and
making bets.
show
So
the stacks and stuff real quick, so people know. So this is our lineup tonight. Kevin buys in for 1,000. Type Mike for 1,000. Chief for 1,000. Team Claiborne 821. Sandy 673. G Money 500. Cabman 340. Elon Mux 300 and Covert 200. And the reason some of those stacks are like 2173 is because they were playing at a different table before the stream started. So
yeah, and
so some of these players might be stuck.
the buy-in is 1,000 to 200 for tonight's live stream. So
Oh, is it? Oh, and right off the bat, look at this.
yeah, so tonight's live stream is just a standard 1-3 no limit hold'em cash
Look at
game.
this, Kevin,
Buy-ins
right off
are
the bat.
200 to 1,000. And of course, anytime that you can come in very first hand, catch pocket aces.
I'm sorry, did I just see the 910 a student fold?
Yeah, it's a pretty snug fold, but when you have somebody under the gun raising it up pretty hefty, I mean, he's making it 5x. I mean, 15 doesn't seem like a lot, but in a 1-3 game, 5x under the gun is pretty strong. And then we're going to see Sandy here go ahead, and it looks like maybe min raise with the king queen offsuit.
She's definitely getting trouble here.
Yeah, I think she's just trying to find out exactly where she is right now, and
She's about to find out.
I think if we're Kevin, we have to go ahead and raise it up just because the wetness of the board. I think it's very possible that Sandy's always just going to have a king, maybe some kind of a combo draw. But Kevin,
He's giving her a way out. Though.
he's coming out firing, and I think Sandy kind of needs to realize that maybe Kevin woke up with Ace King very first hand.
Or better, yeah. Which it is better, but yeah, I would be very scared of Ace King.
Even something as low as Ace Seven of Spades is a possibility, and
absolutely.
you know, even with the $15 open, Pocket Kings should still be in his range. Of course, Sandy's thinking less likely of that just for the fact that she has the king
Good
blocker,
fold,
but she
Sandy.
makes a great fold. I think she found out exactly what she wanted with the raise, and even though she lost the hand, I think she got the information she needed. So
Yeah.
good fold by her.
If I was Kevin, is that who had the aces there? If I was
Yeah.
him, I would have liked to see a smooth call.
Yeah, actually, I think I would too.
Not
Just
because we can see his cards, but I mean, the board is. I mean, she's most likely raising you with like that. Her raise looks exactly like it is.
yeah, I think she
King.
has one of two hands. I think she has one of two hands. I think she has a king,
But no
or
flush draw.
she has the Ace Seven of Spades,
Yeah.
something of that draw. I don't think she would raise with just a flush draw, but a pair and a flush draw would make sense there. Even something as low as maybe like 7-8 suited.
Senior says you are both double my age. I don't want to hear it. We're double your age, so you're 19.
Yeah, bro, I'm almost 40.
Well, if you are, I turned 38 on Monday. It's my
Yeah,
birthday. as a
I
matter
turned
of fact.
39 in a couple. Well, actually, more than a
And
couple
then
months. About
Graham
October.
will lock first hand, and we have a graphics issue board was queen high. Yeah, either way, she flopped top pair good with the second best.
Oh, I didn't
kicker.
see that.
Yeah, it kind of looked like that when the board flopped out. I wasn't 100% sure. That's why I didn't want to call attention to
Gotcha.
it. But I knew she had flopped top pair one way or the other.
Either or, top pair, pretty high kicker, about the same thing.
Yeah, almost identical.
But in Sandy's eyes, if it was the queen high board, it actually gives more potential for her to have the second best hand because with the $15 raise under the gun, aces and kings are both in that range now, as well as the queens. So, still, regardless of the outcome, great fold by her to avoid getting stacked there.
Elon's deuces here are good.
Yeah, they're good for now. But I think once we get a bet here, we're going to have to see what happens.
Oh, Elon calls instantly. What a great name. Elon Mux.
Yeah, just the snap call with the deuces, pretty optimistic. I guess just kind of assuming that his opponent probably has maybe a combo draw.
That's a pretty safe river then for deuces. If you were good, you were still good.
Yeah, because you're not calling thinking, like you're thinking your deuces are good.
Look at Elon
So-
now. Snap calls it and shows it proudly. Elon, you dog.
Yeah, I think on that turn, once our opponent bets and we've got the deuces and we call as well, I think we're just dead set on our hand being good and that maybe it's a potential, like I said, maybe two overs, flush draw, maybe like some kind of a combo, like open-ended with a flush draw. Because that's not a float. That's me thinking my deuces are the best hand and you're just trying to steal it. And let's see what happens.
I'm 40. I can hear them. Something is wrong with you, young man, says David Hinn, Senior. It says, yes, Rylan, by the way. What's up, Rylan? But your all's microphone volumes are low. Well, nobody else thinks so, Rylan. So, once again, it's probably your technical device issue, young man.
Yeah, I think it's...
ask your mommy for a upgrade on your iPhone.
Yeah, I mean, the iPhone 7 was really cool when it first came out, but they've actually made substantial improvements to the technology used to produce the sound in those devices. So I would definitely recommend going to get a new one. And they offer all kinds of spectacular deals on cell phones these days. So
Sure do. And Spencer, how's it looking in there on a Friday night? Is it busy? I know we got snow. There's this game. They were starting another 1-3 game, and I believe there's one tournament table going.
yeah,
At the moment, but this is prime time Friday night. 7 o'clock is either you're gonna start to see a lot here. Sorry, Type Mike's Queen's still looking good.
yeah, he's just trying to avoid the 7. Really not concerned with anything else.
He's got the Queen of Spades. It is kind of low. Brad Wilson's saying as well. I don't. What about now? What about now? Check yours, Tom.
Yeah. So I'm going on to the second bar right now. Anything else would be pretty loud.
Proof. Okay.
Looks like
Well,
Kevin's.
Brad Wilson is not. I don't know if we call that proof there. Rylan Martin Keller. Volume is a touch low. Just my 1/50th of a dollar. Well, we're trying to turn them up a smidge. I listened on YouTube on my phone, and I could hear as clear as day. And also, Spencer, it is colder than a witch's titty outside. So
Yeah, it's pretty bad out there. Plus, a lot of people are probably concerned with the roads.
Yeah, but they're not that bad. But I think
They
are
weren't.
concerned.
No, compared to this morning, it snowed all night last night into the morning, and the roads this morning were terrible. But they actually did a pretty good job of getting those roads cleared up and salted.
Yeah, I just drove here from Fern Creek area to New Cut on the Gene Snyder, and it was completely fine.
Yeah.
So, if that is your concern, you're wrong. Don't worry about it. Better now. Good, we got it.
Plus, they have
Volume's
air
up.
conditioner in here as well, so it's pretty warm. It's nice and toasty in here, but once you walk outside, it's freezing.
All right.
So it looks like Kevin's going to go ahead and make a nice little position raise on the button with the ace-king suited. He's going to 3-bet that up. Sandy's going to make a pretty loose call first act in the small blind with queen 10 offsuit. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that play. It'll just tend to kind of get you in some difficult spots. Maybe queen 10 suited would be a little bit better of an option, but I think even a queen 10 suited might be a fold there to a 3-bet. Because otherwise we're just trying to hit flops. And I don't think that's kind of the position that we want to find ourselves in, just trying to hit flops in order to win. Let's take a look at this flop. Flop's going to come out ace high with 2 spades.
Open-ended for
Yeah,
Cabman.
open-ended for Cabman, so he's going to continue.
2 aces out there.
Yeah, Claiborne, Kevin, both with an ace. Sandy, and this is, again, the situation that I was talking about. I think it's better off if we have queen 10 offsuit to actually 4-bet rather than just call a 3-bet. And you might ask, hey, why is that better? It's just always better to show aggression. Because you're going to take the betting lead. Of course, we do know that would be a bad play at this particular moment because both of our players have an ace. And we do see an open-ended get folded there. That's actually an excellent fold. I think it's not too bad considering that it's not even the best open-ended. Like, I think I'd rather have 9-10.
How much was the bet on the flop?
It was a 3-bet, and he was out of position, so I think it was to 40 or 55. I can't
55?
remember.
Yeah, about 55. So I'm not folding 55. I mean,
I think it was 40. I think it was a bet of 12.
it was
3-bet
to
yeah,
4. He
3-bet
called
to 40.
pre-flop, but I'm saying, what was the bet on the flop?
40.
No, 55.
Oh, 55. Yeah, I thought it was 55.
I'm not folding 9-6 on the flop. If I didn't call with 9-6 suited to flop open-ended and fold.
No, so that's exactly what I'm getting to. Is like we're calling with those hands, and then when we hit the potentials, we don't fold,
No, that's
especially
what
for
you're
an ace out there, because
Yeah,
we
that's
know
your money card.
we know a majority of the time our opponent's going to have the ace and just unwilling to fold it. So I'm not a fan of that, but at the same time, again,
Mike Wiley, sorry to cut you off. Yes, we see your chat, Bubba. Hello. Welcome.
Mike. No, you're good. Yeah, I think in that spot, I can understand the fold because, one, we don't have the best open-ended, and 2, spades are out there, so we kind of just have to assume that with multiple opponents in the hand that there is a potential that 2 of our outs for the open-ended might not be good. But I think in that case, we might as well just fold pre-flop.
100%. If you're going to flop open-ended and fold.
Yeah, I think it's just better to fold pre-flop.
I mean, what were you trying to flop with the 9-6 suited?
Yeah, because then you're going to
Quads?
find yourself in a position where unless you flop the nut straight, we're just folding. And
Brad
I just don't
Wilson
like
asked, are we close to the Walmart on Outer Loop?
that. Yeah, right next to it, to the right.
Right next to it, yeah. Not the one but across from Jefferson Mall, but the one off New Cut in the Outer Loop. Literally.
A little bit further down, a couple miles down the road.
Yeah, but the when this place first opened, I thought it was going to be at the Walmart over by Jefferson Mall, but it's not. But no,
That's what
it's
I thought.
literally, I mean, right next to Walmart. You walk across a road, and you're not even a road. I don't even know
I
what you would
expect
call
Mike
it.
to call this. Yeah,
Sorry.
he does. No, you're good. It's Mike with the gutter. I expected him to see that.
Double gutter.
Yeah, so this is going to be bad news for Elon because he thinks he got lucky and turned the lucky two pair, but unfortunately,
Oh, whoops.
Claiborne had already flopped two pair. So
And now Mike's in with double gutter. 6 or 10 for Mike.
yeah, but now with a bet and a raise to
Oh, he
200,
raised it.
yeah,
All right,
Mike's
he's
going
out.
to get out of there. This is just throwing away money.
Yeah.
Even with the 8-9 of clubs, I still think that's pretty optimistic to get in there. But this is going to be interesting to see what Elon does because he thinks he got lucky with the two pair. It's still possible that maybe he'll put his opponent on something similar to like Ace 10 of clubs and thinks that his hand is still good. But he's in dire straits. He's going to desperately need a jack or a 7. So let's see how he does this here.
And Elon bet the flop, and Claiborne had just called. So, yeah, that's interesting. There he goes.
Yeah,
Poor
so
Elon.
that's unfortunate for him.
4 outs is what he usually has, but looks like our card tracker takes into account the mucked cards, so he only has 3 outs, and that's not one of them.
No.
That would be Claiborne's out. Elon, he told me he was gonna bring some action to the stream, and he is already in the reload line.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate that he I like his aggressive approach, but I think once we get called on the flop, we have to be somewhat cautious, and of course, just turning two pair is just the worst thing that can happen to you. But I think either way, the money was going to get in there, but I think it's just unfortunate that he hit that two pair.
Austin Hardley asks, is this available for anyone to play? I live in Louisville and would love to come out.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Sure is.
You just got to, if you want to start the game, you just have to
I believe they changed it to Wednesdays now to where they have sign-ups.
sign ups on Wednesdays. Go to the Facebook page, any social media page. You'll see a number to call, I think is what it is, or text. And
Yeah, I'm not sure what the exact number is, but our live stream coordinator, Justin, essentially what he does is every Wednesday he'll start setting up the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday live stream. So the best thing that you could do would be to visit us on our Facebook page. They also post it on Instagram and their other social media platforms, but Facebook is the one that everybody is constantly on, so there's always somebody there for you. So on Wednesdays, they'll post that. Generally speaking, our Friday night live stream will be a 1-3 or so. There will be a 2-5-5 or so on Saturdays, and then Sunday will be a mixed game, PLO and Hold'em. It's really depending on just whatever kind of style that you're wanting to play. They do occasionally mix it up, such as last week they had a sit-and-go tournament on Friday night, so just make sure you get a hold of us on one of those platforms to get signed up for one of those games.
but also, Austin, right this minute, if you want to come play, seats will open. We've had multiple people watch the stream with us and then show up and play on the stream that same night.
Multiple times.
Or just any day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that we're running a stream. And you haven't signed up, you can still come in and play on the stream. Seats always open. Some people don't show sometimes.
Yeah, it looks like right now. Do we have a seat open?
Yeah, there might even be a seat open right now. I don't know.
Actually, I think somebody's sitting there, but it's not actually
Wilson
showing
says
them.
he likes limit hold'em. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I like
actually,
big limit.
I like Big Limit myself. It's actually one of my more favorite games I like playing. I just prefer a limit style cash game myself. I will, of course, play no limit, but when we're playing limit, I'd prefer to play 8-16 probably at the lowest. And it's possible that they might set up a live stream cash game, limit cash game one of these days if we have enough interest.
Players,
yeah.
We play, or we have been playing on Mondays, Brad, a 10-20 limit mix. It's horse. It's got all the horse games. It's a dealer's kind of choice, but it's there's 8 games to pick from, and everyone gets a turn to pick a game, and then they just keep rotating those same games. It's phenomenal. Didn't go this week for the first time, but it's gone almost every Monday for the last 2 months or 3 months.
Yeah, I've been actually trying to come out here for that, but it's really hard for me to get out here on Mondays.
It's a good game. I haven't been in a while, but I played the first month religiously. It was a good game too. Stephen Helbig, how are the roads looking at your roads? Were great, Steve.
Yeah, they definitely did a really good job getting all that cleaned up. It was kind of funny. Earlier this morning, there was a salt truck that was at a red light, And I swear it dumped out a 4 foot pile of salt while I was waiting on this red light. Red light. It just kept going and going and going. But there were multiple trucks out today, throughout the day, throughout the morning, and they did a really good job of getting those roads cleared up pretty well. Here in Louisville, especially in Kentucky in general, it's very rare that we get snowstorms such as we did. Usually it's just going to be freezing rain or it'll snow a little bit, it'll melt and then turn to ice. But there was actually some snow accumulation today. In the past couple days, actually. So I think we're behind on our graphics, but it looks like there was a straddle for $6 on the button. Looks like the small blind, big blind both folded, and then under the gun raised it to 30. Pretty stout raise.
Two nines, baby. Best hand still, but he don't like that ace.
Nah, tight might try to take an aggressive approach here, hoping that his opponent doesn't have an ace and maybe that his large raising size was something more along the range of like jacks, queens, tens.
Chris Cox, no, this is not half and half. This is straight hold, no limit hold'em this evening. May turn into half and half later, who knows? But, betting a call. Here, Mike with the backdoor straight draw, flush draw, brick. But Chief's got to be a little concerned.
Chief has to be extremely concerned that he opened to such a large sizing, got called pre-flop, bet the flop, and then got called as well.
Oh, that's a good river for
Yeah,
him.
he's going to feel good about this river card, especially that his opponent checked on the turn. I think Mike's just going to
checking,
give
hoping
up.
that Mike bluffs it or value bets an 8. So that's a good bet, though. 115, 120. I think Chief will make this call when Mike checks back the turn.
Yeah, when
he
Mike
could have a weak ace, but
yeah,
that check back on the turn.
I think the check back on the turn kind of just shows exactly what Mike's hand is.
And Chief does make the call.
Good call by Chief, yeah.
That's why they call you the Chief, huh? Do we play PLO? Yes, Mike. They do a half and half on the stream on Sundays. Wednesdays they play PLO, and then there's lots of random PLOs here throughout the week. I came here Tuesday night and played in a half and half cash game. It was not on the stream. It was just a regular half and half cash game. Chris Cox, seats open. Not currently, but there will be, Chris, at some point.
Yeah, definitely at some point. You'll definitely see some seats start opening up. And, of course, we also have a wait list as well. So.
And there's other games in the room, I believe. Or if,
yeah, so you can just you can play in that other game and get signed up for the live stream. And then whenever a seat opens up, first come, first serve.
Brad Wilson says, I'm going to come up there and lose all my money. Well, Brad,
good luck to you.
It. Let me just, I'll sit at your table with you when you're here.
Yeah.
And Mike.
Yeah, Mike with the Kings here. Let's see how much he decides to open for. Looks like 15 is just going to be the standard, although we did have a limper as well.
Well, you got to understand. I mean, 1-3. I mean, 15 is standard anyway. But the difference when people buy in deeper.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The game is 1-3, but it will play bigger.
Mm-hmm.
So, and a lot of these players play 2-5 and bigger. So, it's very and hello, 3 king.
And literally nobody has a spade.
No.
So unfortunately for Mike, he's I think going to continue here. I don't see any reason to slow play this hand. But he's just going to get every single person to fold. There's just nobody that's going to call.
No one that can continue.
No, nobody.
Good hand, Mike.
Yeah, it's just that easy.
Yeah, that's one thing I can say. I've traveled all over the country and played every limit you can imagine. But 1-2 to 1-3 in other areas seems to play a little smaller. For them, like to me, like it's like $10 raises, $8 raises, and not always, but a lot of times. And then around here, because for a while we just didn't have a bigger game.
I
Like we
remember
didn't
for the
have a lot
longest
of two
time,
five
the
games.
standard open in a 1-2 game was $15 to $18.
15 to 18, yeah. Well, a long time ago, back when it was like
Yeah,
22
that's what I was
sometimes.
thinking.
17 to 22
Yeah,
back when I first started playing in our 1-2 game.
100%. Yeah, I remember that.
So that's what I mean. It's obviously it's the table dependent, but it's area dependent as well. It's the way people buy in. Stream makes people play a little different sometimes. But I noticed when I went like I play a lot. I played a lot of 1-2 and 1-3, but then when I went to Vegas, I always played 2-5, and it played
This
just like
plays
the
the
one
same.
two games here. Like it was a $15 raise in 2-5 was completely normal. Where 2-5, the normal 2-5 games I play, and it's like $30 to bring it in 25. So point is I think in this particular game lineup stack sizes, it's gonna tend to lean towards a bigger raising.
Yeah, no offense to the area, but I think it has a lot to do with the quality of players that's in our area, and just the lack of understanding of bet sizing. Not necessarily calling out any one particular person, but you'll notice that a lot of people vary their bet sizing based on the strength of their hand. So when we notice that certain opponents make certain raises with this particular range of hands, but then with this particular range of hands, they're only betting so much. I think it's just a good way to keep track of it with your opponents in particular about how they play. Because if you're opening it up, at one moment you're opening it up 15, the other moment you're opening it up, $6 to $10 or whatnot. I think it's just easier to get a read on yourself with your opponents getting a read on you. So I just want to make sure that everybody when you play, I don't think you should vary your bet sizing too much. Not that that's a bad bet sizing. I'm not saying that that's bad at all. I'm just one thing that we'll notice in these games is I saw it in the live stream last week where when we have a decent hand and we want to raise maybe like an ace 10 or something like that, we might make it 3 to 4x. But when all of a sudden we have jacks plus, we're making it 5 6x. And I think that's just a thing we need to take note of.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, people in the 1-2 games usually they're not even
They're
thinking
just
about
gambling.
how
They're
many
having fun.
big blinds they're
Nah.
betting. But I'm saying like I agree with you on the like I don't like the well I like your uh, thought process a little bit like raise the same every amount every time. That's one way to do it. Or like exactly what you said like sometimes when you have aces, yeah, you might make it 15 20 sometimes make it 8 like
Yep.
just switch it up all the time. But like
You definitely
or
want
if
to
you're
have
going
some
to be someone
variance.
that like I think that serves you better because like if you're someone who raises a lot of hands, I don't care what the amount is. Like if you make it $8 and one two when you come in,
Well, that's
like
everybody's calling.
yeah, well yeah, whatever. Yeah, I mean, but what I'm saying, let's say you make it $8 a couple times, you make it $10, you make it $18 with other hands, you make it 20. By the time you wake up with two aces and you raise it to 20, they aren't necessarily going, oh, it's 20 this time. They're going, God, this guy's been raising a lot.
Yeah, but that's also that is kind of saying that you need to know your opponents because most opponents aren't going to be aware of that. They're not going to keep track of your bet sizing. Generally speaking, you're going to want to vary those bet sizing against a stronger opponent because they're going to take mental notes of that. But on average, the players in the 1-2, the 1-3 fields,
Yeah,
half the time they're just drunk and they're just there to gamble. The other ones are just there to have a good time.
probably, yeah.
The other ones are there for promos. So a lot of these thoughts and strategies might go completely over one's head,
Yeah.
and you don't want to give too much credit to somebody that doesn't deserve it.
No, I mean, Brad, hold on. Someone just asked which one. The answer is Tom on Mike Wiley. Which one of you all used to deal?
Yeah, that was me. I used to deal at the casino. Spent about 7 years at the boats. I actually only left just to go to Vegas. I had took a job offer in Vegas, and then COVID hit. I came back to the boat for a little while, and I took off again last year to go back out to Vegas. I worked out in Vegas all summer long, and I am back here in Louisville now. Don't know what my exact plan is. I could go back to the casino, but I think I'm just trying to get back out west. I love it out there. It's so much fun. Plus, there's more than one casino, so
Uh-huh.
the fact that all of these casinos have to compete with one another for your business typically just means that there's better promotions. Plus, you get the just much better games out in Vegas. A lot more drunk gamblers. I mean, I couldn't tell you how many times I saw a guy come up to the table with one buy-in, was just ready to get it all in because he was hammered. I mean, I've just
Oh
seen
yeah,
it
you
so.
see
I
that?
mean, you
Yeah.
see it at the casino too, but
Yeah, not like that.
they have to
Yeah.
pay for their alcohol
Oh
here.
yeah.
In Vegas, they force feed you alcohol, so just a lot more drinking going on, a lot more gambling,
A lot more people. A
a
lot
lot
more
more
money.
people, a lot more money,
Yeah.
a lot more everything. So, of
Um,
course, I did really good here. I loved my job at the boat. It's one of the best jobs I've ever had, and I love everybody there. Love the my coworkers, the players, but there just comes a time where you just need to move on to focus on your career. And being in a one casino market, when I want to remain in the casino industry for the remainder of my days, it's just not very viable. It's like if I wanted to be a professional athlete, I can't be in Louisville if I want to be a professional athlete because we don't have any professional athletic teams. We have a bunch of AAA and quadruple A feeder squads. So if I want to play professionally, I need to go to a major city that has a professional team.
Brad Wilson says I don't like the new boat. It's not even a boat.
It is not a boat.
It's not a
It
boat.
is, but it will forever be known as the boat. I will never not refer to that place as the boat.
Yeah.
It's just too hard.
I remember my first time. I didn't even know we had a casino in Indiana, and but I like to play poker. I used to play in college, and we play with the frat houses and play online on party poker and little sit and goes. And I was turning 21, and one of my buddies said, "You want to go to the casino?" And I said, "I knew we had I kind of." And
But
I
it was
was,
far. I knew it was kind of far.
yeah, I was just like, "Yeah, I guess." And I was like, I went over there, and I was like, I'd never been to a casino. I was like, "Really? This is it? It's a gambling boat."
Yeah, the first time I actually went to the casino was when I wasn't even 21. We had a couple of fake IDs.
Uh-oh.
And yeah, I'll go ahead and bust my head on this story. I didn't actually make it in, though.
Statute of limitations is up, buddy.
Yeah, so a friend of mine had some fake IDs. So we got up there, and first of all, the drive out there on the first trek is a lot longer because you don't really realize how long Highway 111 is. So we kept driving and driving, and at this point, I was like, dude, I'm ready to turn around because like I don't even feel good about this anyways. But we ended up getting there, and the old boat when you first walked in, you had to walk through that long hallway, and then uh, what was the original buffet?
Oh yeah, it was not Paula Dean. It was way before
It
Paula
was
Dean's
before
even.
Paula Dean.
Yeah, it was
It was like Diamond Legends or some weird name.
Legends. No,
Legends was the place right next to it that
yeah,
became
that was like
Smoke
the
and Rye.
sports bar. Yeah,
Well, you know what I'm talking about. It
just the
eventually,
buffet.
it's just the buffet. It eventually became Paula Dean. So we made it into that little section, and then we just got super nervous, and we ended up just leaving. Didn't want to get arrested, which I was glad we went with that. But the time after that was the day I turned 21. Actually, they had a circuit event literally on October 20th, 2006. And I went up there at midnight, walked in the door as soon as I turned 21, hung out for a minute, registered for the tournament, went back, came back the next day.
Oh my,
And
my here. Sorry.
yeah,
I was-
no, you're fine. Yeah, he hits the gutter here on the river.
he was in bad shape too. Well, he had the best hand, but
Yeah, but Covert here is going to have that jack, and he's just going to think that he's chopping.
yeah. But look at that. There's two flush draws out there.
Relatively small pot, only $82. We'll see what happens here. It looks like Covert is just going to call, thinking he's chopping, but he's going to get the bad news that Claiborne does have the nut straight. But yeah, that circuit event, I want to say didn't get in until real late, and basically I was all in. I was all in the first like 10 minutes of playing and got knocked out. So it was a really fun experience for my very first live tournament. The circuit actually should be returning to the casino here pretty soon.
May.
May, is that what it is? I'm not going to mention any names, but I saw there was a couple people that won some tournaments last year that I don't know how they won, so maybe I'll have to go play a couple of them. Maybe I'll have a shot. If they can do it, I can do it. Plus, I'd like to play in the convention center that they have set up.
It's nice. It's full of pool tables right now.
Yeah, actually, I'd like to get over and check that out. It's always, always good action when the pool tournament's in town.
Mm-hmm.
So again, we see Tight Mike living by his name, raising it up with the 10-8 offsuit. And it looks like we have a 3-bet out of the small blind with the 9-10 suited. And this is kind of what I was talking about earlier when Sandy had the Queen 10 offsuit in the small blind. Even though we have a hand that we'd like to see the flop with, I think we're just kind of throwing money away when we just call and then fold. I think it's a little bit better to make a play, kind of like how we're seeing right now out of the small blind, because, of course our opponents can't see our cards, but generally speaking, when we have a 3-bet out of the small blind, out of the big blind, it's just always going to be an incredibly strong hand. But we do see that the other players did continue with them. Of course, Tight Mike, who was the original raiser, does flop open-ended. Claiborne flops a gutter. G-Money flops middle pair with backdoor straight and diamonds. Elon Mux, kind of out of place, but does in fact have backdoor straights and flush draw as well. We're going to see G-Money go ahead and fire out $70. I think it's very smart to continue. I don't really have an issue with this sizing. I think it's okay, a little bit over than what he originally went for. I think it might be a little bit better to go a little smaller. I don't know if you have an opinion on that, but
What's this
because
G-Money?
G-Money fired out 70 here after 3-betting out of the small blind.
I think he's trying to represent a hand he doesn't
I
have.
think of course he's trying to do that, but with 4 opponents behind us, I don't think it's a bad sizing. I think I might like to see maybe a little bit of a downsize, but I don't think anything's wrong with it.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get like a weak jack to maybe like a jack 10.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to target a jack
to get it to fold, and then he can just win. And then everything else that calls, he's actually ahead of.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult spot here for Tight Mike. I know that we, raised it up with a speculative hand and then continued with that same hand and then called the flop. Turn comes out. We just kind of have to realize that, A, we don't have the best open-ended. B, it's possible that I could be drawing dead. I mean, it's very possible that G-Money opened up pre-flop with jacks or nines or something of that nature.
Yep.
But Mike is going to go ahead.
Not living up to his name.
No, he's going to go ahead and continue. He's going to float one.
Mike. But let's see what happens here. That's an interesting card here.
Yeah, because Tight Mike could represent the jack.
I mean, he has to, and he's doing it. An instant shove, too. Snap called it, too. That was kind of a...
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about... It seems like Mike's done that a couple of times where he's had a little bit of equity and then, checked the option and then just shoved it, trying to take advantage of that. So definitely a lot of heart coming from Mike, but it seems like he is extremely aggressive in trying to get his opponents to fold.
Well, he didn't have equity there. He had 10 high.
No, I get that. But
so
in previous spots where he had, open-ended or something like that, calls the bet, then it goes check, and then he tries to steal the board from his opponent, or steal the pot rather.
Yeah. I like that though. I mean,
I'm definitely not hating on it. It's just it seems to be a pattern that's developing, an over bet all in on the river. And of course, those are spots that Mike could easily have the jack.
For sure. Yeah, I mean,
And I think that's why it's not a bad play because Mike's just, you know, playing his opponent at that point.
And his image.
Yep.
I mean, I like that too.
Definitely makes it difficult to play against. It's a lot easier for us when we're in the booth and we can see the cards, but when your opponent is putting pressure on you.
My thought process on it is like when you have just the open ended, right? And let's say a king would have turned, which is not didn't do anything for 10-8. But it's a bad card for like an ace jack or a hand, queens if what's his face had two queens because of the way he was playing and represent like it's good to bet scare cards even though you're still drawing. Like you got to have a plan B because you're not always going to hit your draws, and you can only pull a plan B off if the right cards come. So right there, he played it like he was just trying to hit his draw, but also it's very reasonable that he has that jack.
No, definitely. I agree with that. The king scenario though is a little bit differently though because I think G Money has the range advantage at that point with all of the kings in his hand. But I think Mike would have been better off firing out small on the turn and then reevaluating the river whether or not he wants to shove that river. Because otherwise it just looks like...
He just called it to the other guy. G Money bet the turn, though. And he just called.
Maybe I was thinking of the last hand.
Yeah, remember he bet 125 when the board paired.
That's right. I was thinking of the last hand. Yeah, that was my fault.
So, hold on. Let me catch up on the chat here. We're active tonight. Steve Helbig, funny part, in 1992, Clark County, Indiana, had the first crack at the boat. It was voted down because of the Green Tree Mall and River Falls Mall, now Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah, that place is shut down, isn't it?
Was supposed to support the county. River Falls Mall ended up going out of business.
I remember going to River Falls Mall when I was a kid.
Me too. They had a roller coaster in there.
That place was cool.
The Floyd County had the shot to get the boat, and that was voted down too. Then Floyd County. Hence, now Harrison County has the boat. Gotcha. Remember Lynn and Little Richard? Yeah, I still talk to Lynn all the time, Mike.
Whatever happened to Little Richard?
I think he just plays online. Plays on those apps from the last I heard.
Screw that.
Cody Hazelwood said, "What's for dinner there, fellas?" We don't know yet. So, they they always feed us, but you got to be a player. You don't ever come here and play, so you ain't getting no dinner. And it's also a upgrade to whatever Taco Bell you had.
Yeah. Although I did have Taco Bell the other night. It was pretty good. I'm not going to lie.
Taco Bell's all right. Have you had the Jack in the Box yet?
You know what? I've been trying to get over. I haven't made it down there yet.
I've passed it a couple times. But the line's always really long.
Yeah, I did notice that. I think they have like 2 or 3 of them that they built up at the same time.
I mean, they have like tacos, burgers.
It's like a McDonald's but with more option. I think.
But what are they known for? I know they have them in Vegas and out west, right? More.
Yeah.
But burger, like just.
I think it's like a burger joint. Yeah, that just has a lot of different options. More like it's like a burger joint with a larger appetizer menu, I think.
I'm about to look up their menu right now.
I might have went to it once and had a cheeseburger. I don't remember. I did see a commercial about some mini tacos.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought.
And I wanted to try those.
Jack, I know I'm pretty sure one time I left a casino in Vegas at like 4 a.m. and stopped at a Jack in the Box. I'm almost positive.
See, I think I might have went there when I lived out there, but we ended up going to Carl's Jr. a lot.
Oh, Wendy's, you mean?
No, it's Hardee's.
I mean Hardee's, yes.
It's actually better than Hardee's.
Is it?
Way better. It's like it's weird to explain because it's like the same thing. You know what I mean? But it's like, I don't know. To me, it's a lot better because I always thought Hardee's was trash. Because we used to go to that one right there by J-Town all the time.
Oh, yeah. See,
which I don't even know if that one's still open or not.
I liked Hardee's myself. But like they used to have a $1.50 spicy chicken sandwich I used to get, and it was phenomenal. So, yeah, they've got, let's see here, some tacos. They've got some chicken wraps. They've got breakfast. I wonder if breakfast is 24 hours.
I don't know.
You know what's right next door to Jack in the Box, which is a completely underrated fast food joint, is Rallies.
I was going to say a bunch of crackheads.
Well, them too, but Rallies.
Because that's all that's around there. That's probably the main reason I haven't actually went to that Jack in the Box. I want to say that there's another one off like Preston or Poplar Level or something.
Really? There's two?
I think there's 2 or 3 now.
Already?
I think they put them all up at the same time because there's the one by the
Nice.
Crackhead Hotel
Now I gotta
over there
agree.
on Bardstown Road. I want to say there's one on it's either Preston or
Dixie?
Pop. Okay, maybe it was Dixie.
Yeah.
Maybe it was
I'm seeing
Dixie,
right
the
now.
one I was
Yeah,
thinking
you're
of.
right. Look at that. I had no clue.
So it's only 2 of them.
Well, for now,
Okay.
Jack in the Box. Oh, but they open till 4 a.m. It says 4 a.m. No, 4 a.m. to 4 a.m. It says 24 hours. That's what I thought. Ultimate cheeseburger, Jack's spicy chicken, tacos, an Oreo shake. Interesting.
Yeah, I'll get to trying it one of these days. Just haven't got around to it. I come in and take advantage of the free food here at Club Jack, exclusively for players. I was excited the last time that they got that pizza, though. It was a lot better than the first time they got it. I can't. What's the name? You know the name of that place.
What did it say it again?
The pizza place that they go. What's the name of that?
Here? The
Sicilian.
Sicilian?
Sicilian. That's what it is.
Fire.
No, it was good last time. The first time it was trash.
When? Who? When?
Several
Where?
weeks ago.
You
pizza. The pizza that had no sauce.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh,
That
you're
was-
talking about next door.
Yeah.
That's not called the Sicilian.
Oh, I thought
That's
that.
no.
What's that
That's
place
just
called?
an Italian restaurant. They get pizza from sometimes.
No, yeah, I thought that place was called that. Maybe I was just tripping.
I think that place would be good if they put sauce on it.
No, they did.
I didn't get it the last time. They had it the other night here too. I didn't.
Yeah,
need
that's when they had it.
any. They did better.
Yeah, they actually had sauce on it.
There we go. That makes a big difference. I play 5-5 with Richard at Hard Rock. So it sounds like Richard's in Cincinnati playing.
Is he up in Cincy?
Richard still plays. Yeah, I knew Richard was still playing. I like Richard. I don't talk to Richard much unless I see him, but I used to talk to him a decent amount. But I talk to Lynn whenever. Aces for covert. Lynn's out in Vegas doing his thing.
Yeah, was he playing like the highest stakes?
He's got his own little game at the Wynn, like a little kind of a private game, and it was funny. He moved out of there. He moved out to Vegas because they decided to cap his PLO game here when he was out of town. And Lynn liked to buy in deep, have everybody cover, And he thought his potential to make, and that with the cap game here against those players, he thought he could only make, what's the number he told me? I want to say he said it was either $2,500 or $3,500 a week. Is what he thought his average was going to be. I think they played 2 or 3 times a week, and
It sounds awful.
I know I'll never forget. He said I was sitting right there, and one of the floor people said, "Are you really going to move to Vegas, Lynn?" He goes, "Yeah. What am I going to do? Stay here and make $2,500, $3,500 a week?" And I sat there and went, "Yeah, poor you."
Yeah, it sounds awful,
But
bro.
unless
130, 40,000 a year sounds terrible.
I know, but you never know.
But
People's got lifestyles.
Yeah, I mean, I understand wanting to be able to. That's the same reason I want to move to Vegas. Is it's kind of hard for me to go against that because it's just more opportunity to make more money out there.
Mm-hmm.
Here, if I want to become a manager of a poker room, there's only one job. But if I go out to Vegas, all of a sudden there's 50 jobs to become a manager. So it's just I can't hate on the guy because it's just more money to be made, even though you are living extremely comfortable.
Yeah.
And I've had the same thing here is that people say, well, why don't you just stay here? And it's like, well, I love my job. I make good money, but, if I ever want to be a manager, it might not happen until I'm 70 years old. So,
for sure.
just whatever you want to chase.
But anyway.
Here we go.
Lord
yeah,
have mercy.
yeah.
Ace King
Claiborne's
suited.
with the Kings. Let's see
Yeah.
what you do here.
This is going to be an all
Just a
in.
call would be terrible. Yeah.
No, so he's going to raise it, and he's going to get Ace King. Elon Musk only got 260. He's going to be all in when he gets back to him. Sandy's going
here. Yes. Sandy, I just don't think we can continue with our sixes. I think we have to lay it down. I know we like to splash around.
Incorrect, you are. It looks like, but yeah. This flop's gonna
Oh,
come 6
Sandy.
high. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, Sandy.
But Elon's gonna be all in. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's not even going to think twice about it. That's just going to be an instant all in. And I can't
Yeah.
tell if the action's going to be capped or not.
He just called.
Is
No,
he
he went
able to
all.
reopen? I couldn't see the
He
exact
went. He
option.
4-bet to 140 and then 123 to call. He can't re-raise it. I don't think. But see, now what do you do with 2 6s, right? You know you're beat.
Yeah, that's why I
But
just think we fold pre. Or,
I mean, you're almost getting 6-1 on a call. It's an entry. Yeah, she folds it. She's gonna be really sick for 6 flops.
yeah, and man,
Interesting dynamic though. I believe Sandy and Team Claiborne are husband and wife.
yeah.
And so she might be thinking look at that 6.
Oh my
Look at that, and he
goodness.
flopped the ace. Oh, look at that.
That's brutal.
I knew it was coming.
That's brutal.
Her husband cost her the pot.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at that point, once we put
they
in,
call that domestic violence, don't they?
once we put in about, I don't know what the exact number was, but 22% of our stack was 6s, I just don't think I'm folding.
Tuscany, Jessica says the Italian
brutal.
place. There.
Okay, yeah.
Yes,
That's
Jessica,
what it
you're
was.
right. Tuscany is Italian for we don't put sauce on our pizza very much. Brad Wilson says, "Hi, Jessica." 100%. I mean, that was sick. But that's another thing you need to take into, like with a husband and wife, they play together all the time, and they do not collude in any
No,
way, shape,
they
or form.
definitely
They
go
play
at
each
one
other
another.
hard, yeah. So, did you see that? I was watching the final table the other day. Both the Foxen and his wife were at the final table.
Yeah.
And she gets
Wasn't it like
she's on
aces
his.
versus queens or something?
She
like
had
all
queens in the small blind. He had aces, and she shipped it. I mean, she bet, she raised, he re-raised, she went all in. He called obviously, and she spiked a queen on him.
Oh, so I didn't get to see the end of that hand.
Yeah.
I saw
And busted him out the tournament. That was great.
I saw the cliff note was like, both of them made final table,
Well,
and then
Sandy's gonna get rewarded here. Look,
it's funny. I started watching it, and I saw it was aces versus queens, but I didn't watch the final.
yeah, she
part of
popped
the
a
hand.
queen on him.
Okay, that's gross. Looks like they're going to go against each other one more
And
time.
she's gonna flop him dead.
Yeah, I think at this point she just needs to hope her opponent makes a play. I don't think we need to bet here.
Listen, we're gonna find out a lot about their relationship right now. If he's gonna make a play on her, how funny would that be if he did just raised it with Jack hearts on this board?
Just min raise.
She's like, yeah, here, honey. Thanks for betting me off my 6s. No, he didn't even better off. He just
didn't.
called.
Yeah, he just called, and I think that's why we just fold 6s pre-flop. I mean, if we're gonna put in 120, what was the 125? Is that what he
Something
made
like
it?
that.
So if we're gonna put in $125 with 6s,
It was 125 more. She had already put in like 140.
Yeah, so I think that's just a spot that if we're gonna call, we're just gonna tell ourselves, look, no matter what, I'm getting it in with 6s. Hopefully, I hit my 6.
Yeah, hopefully they both got ace king.
Hopefully, they both have ace king. Otherwise, I'm not going to put in more than 20% of my stack and then fold it.
But what I was getting at with the whole husband and wife situation as well before the 6 came is sometimes it's a little telling that she did decide to call with the 120 that maybe she thinks her husband is not that strong. Maybe she thinks 6s are the best hand versus him. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like she really could very well think he's making a play or just has ace overs.
Mm-hmm.
And then she unfortunately the ace king was behind her and 5-bet rips.
Yeah, it's an optimistic thought process for that. But even then, like, you could show me that you just have 9-10 suited, and I mean, I still won't feel comfortable about it. Anytime, it doesn't matter what the situation is. If I have a small pocket pair and an opponent shows me 2 overs, I don't feel confident.
Yeah, you don't love it, but
Yeah. I mean, I know I have the best hand, but will I have the best hand in the next 30 seconds?
Jessica says he did say the other night that she is better than him. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
She is. I've played with them both quite a bit. They're neither one of them are bad players.
Yeah, I've dealt to him for years at the casino. Definitely lovely people.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice people.
But they do splash around, and I think that they just enjoy playing the game. They just like splashing around. If you've got the 2 face cards, you're not folding.
Chief.
And I love that kind of action.
Chief with the sevens. He'll be in there. Yeah, see, we're up to $23 raises now.
Yeah.
I told you this game was going to play a little bigger. I could just tell from the...
Made it the Jordan with the 6-9 suited.
And we've got
Clubs,
open-ended,
clubs.
a flush
Yeah,
draw.
so he's
Here we go.
it's a pretty strong hand from Kevin here because we took
He was the raiser.
he was the raiser. He took the betting lead, so it's going to be easy for him to represent this board just as a king, even though he does in fact have the flush draw, so that's really under-repped. Sandy here sees that she has queen high and would love to get all in.
And she does.
So, of course, Team Claiborne is going to insta-fold here. He has 0 equity. Chief is not even going to think about it.
Calls
He's
it
going to
off with
fold.
a 9-high flush draw.
I think Kevin 100% calls here. I think, again, if we're taking the betting lead pre-flop, we went ahead and fired out on the flop. We have the flush draw.
What do you bet, though? $30?
Yeah, I don't know if he folds.
Yeah, I'm not calling with a 9-high flush draw for a 250.
Well, sometimes you'd be surprised. People that just can't lay their hands down.
No, that's what I said. I don't know who Kevin is. I was wondering if he was going to call it off with a 9-high
I don't know
flush
Kevin
draw.
personally, but if we're raising it up $23 with the 6-9 suited and we flop a flush draw, bet, and get raised, I just don't know if I'm folding.
Yeah, but you bet $30 and got raised to $250. It's not like she just mid-raised.
No, I get that.
I mean, and your flush draw's not that good. She
No,
could have a way better flush draw.
I understand that, obviously. But we're just never drawing dead, is what I'm getting to. So
Yeah, but he didn't have that much out there. He had $50 out there. He didn't have to put in 300.
Well, we've seen a lot of questionable plays so far. I mean, it's just I don't think he would
talking
fold
about
there.
what you said you wouldn't have folded.
Well, I'm also not taking extreme leaps with these hands also. I mean, a lot of these plays I wouldn't normally be making anyways. I would have just folded the 6-9 suited pre-flop.
Yeah, right. I understand that. But, yeah.
I don't want to say I'm folding every single time. I think sometimes I splash around. I don't think every single time I call there, though.
I ain't calling with no 9-high flush draw to her.
Yeah.
I mean, for 300, I mean, that's a big bet. That's a big raise.
No, I definitely can see that. But
if she has, if you bet 30 and she's all in for 150, yeah, okay, cool, let's go. But that's a lot. And if she's got the ace 10 of clubs or king X of clubs.
Oh, yeah, you could definitely be finding yourself in some thin spots.
You could almost be dead.
For sure.
No, but I'm with you, too. I mean, I mean, same thing. I might not raise it up that much early with the 9-6 of clubs, but if I do decide to and then flop, I'm going to probably continuation bet it as well and just be sick when I get raised. I might tilt the call.
But see, that's why I like
But it's not going to be a good call.
That's why I like to downsize my bets. That's why I don't like these extremely large opens, because then they force you to, which he made a good fold there, obviously, but they kind of force you to, when you make these larger bets, you're going to have to make larger
decisions.
Flop bets and bigger decisions in the long run. And I think we find ourselves in a position where we're putting in a little bit too much money and then we find ourselves committed.
Right. No, I agree with that. People play what you're saying, yes. But it's a bad habit that a lot of players have.
Exactly.
They bet weak and then have to call really light.
Exactly.
And it's going to be a very roller coaster session.
And I thought that's what was going to happen. Although he did make the good fold.
Yeah.
But,
no, I'm with you because that's why I said I wonder what he's going to do because I don't know what kind of player he is. I know some players call that every time.
They'll never fold.
Right.
They'll just never fold. But against certain players, you like to take your stab, and then if you get raised, we just know that our equity is probably a lot thinner than what we think it is.
Exactly.
Like you said that, oh, cool, we flopped the flush draw, but in reality, it's possible for our opponent to have like the ace 10 of clubs to where they have like a gutter and the flush draw, and then we're even thinner, and then we have to hit the 9 or the 6 only. So,
exactly.
Definitely a good fold.
Yeah, but no, you're right. There's some people that are just never folding there. That's why I said I just didn't know what kind of player he was.
No, I know. I could tell you at least 30 people right now that they would have been all in with a less flush draw.
Oh, yeah.
3-4 suited.
As soon as she back,
5-6
called
suited.
it in, yeah, let's go. I agree.
And hope to run it twice, essentially. And that's another thing that you have to take into account about some of these cash games is sometimes people will play a little bit more freely just thinking that they can run it multiple times and that they'll have a shot to at least get a piece of their money back.
Big. That is a big difference. Sandy now with queen. She had aces a minute ago. Sixes. That's a good flop for sixes too. Mike Wiley says, "Tom, do you remember me?"
Mike Wiley.
He said he played at the casino all the time. Do you remember Tom? If you walked in here right now, could you point Tom out of a lineup? That's the question.
Yeah, sorry
right?
if I don't know you. Man, I have terrible memory.
He might know you by face.
Yeah, so I know a lot of people by first name only, just because I spent so many years dealing to them. Please don't take offense to me not immediately recognizing your name. There was, I'll be honest, there's been multiple people that have approached me at the casino and was like, "Hey man, how you doing?" And you know how you have to do that fake,
Hey,
"Oh
buddy."
yeah, how you doing? It's been great. It's great seeing you." And I'm like, I walked away, was like, "Who was that?"
Yeah, you hit him with the "Hey, buddy."
Yeah. "Hey man, how you doing?"
How the kids? Oh, you don't have kids. That's right. Sorry.
The last time that happened, I was walking, and there was a guy that was on the roulette table that just like literally ran out to me and was like, "Hey man, how you been?" And I'm like, "I'm great. How are you?"
Yeah, how are you? That's the better question.
By the way, who are you?
Yeah, I get that. I used to get that a lot because of wrestling. I'd be in grocery stores and people would run up, "Mitch, I've chosen one."
Yeah.
And I'd be like, "Hey, man, how are you, bud?" And like, they like, "You remember me?" And I'm like, of course. How are you?" I have no clue who they are.
Yeah, especially in the casino industry, again, because we only have one casino here. It's just that's where everybody goes. So
Not anymore, baby. We're here.
yeah, I know so many people in the world of gambling from around town.
And shout out to the new dealer in the booth, Todd. My man from Chicago. And I told him how much I love pizza from Chicago. And he brought me a pizza a couple of weeks back
Oh, that's cool.
from a nice little establishment that I've never had up there before. Pretty damn good, by the way.
Man, Chicago.
Was it the Chicago style though? Wasn't the deep dish? I told him I wanted the deep dish. He's like, "No, that's not real Chicago style. I gotta bring you this."
I couldn't
Thin.
imagine how cold it is in Chicago right now. I was watching a picture of their lake right next to it, and that thing was like basically just frozen ice.
Let's see, Chicago. We're 15 here in Louisville.
Yeah, it looks like Chicago. I'm surprised I don't have it saved. Chicago is currently 10 degrees.
5 degrees less than here. That's not that bad, but the wind is probably outrageous.
Yeah, the wind is what's going to get you up there in Chicago, especially when you're like downtown in between those buildings. I'm telling you now, the wind is so brutal. I
went to
couldn't imagine it.
I went to New York in December one time, and it was pretty cold when you were down in the downtown, the buildings. I went up to it was 2010. We flew up to watch Kentucky play UConn in Madison Square Garden.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, John Wall and Cousins.
Yeah, I remember that game.
Yeah, it was a good game. Run Good is watching. Good job commentating, Mitch and Tom. Thanks, Run Good. Are you watching from the comfort of your own home or from the comfort of the pool players?
He's probably taking
Poker.
advantage of those pool players.
I'm wondering, like, if the pool players are playing right now, or like they probably are playing pool right now. But about when their games are dry up and around midnight or 1, that
to my knowledge, those games run. I've seen those games run real late. Now the official games, like the tournament, ends pretty early, but they have cash game tournaments that go literally, or cash game games that go all night long.
Night. Yeah, I know. But I mean, when obviously when some of their action dries up, they run over to the pool.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I mean, I was there last night. They were the game. There was.
I did notice that there was 3 5-5 PLOs last night.
Yeah, 3 5-5. There was
3
2-5 no limits.
I thought it was an error.
Nope. It was popping last night.
Yeah, I thought it was an error.
It was but it's popping because of that, and they opened it 24 hours while they're there.
I didn't know that. Very crucial.
Yeah, because I was really worried last night. I'm stuck 500, and I looked down, and it's like 2 hours before it's supposed to close, and I was like, oh my god, like come on, something good happened. And then there's like 7 tables still going though.
Yeah.
And I looked and I found that. I said, are y'all closing during this thing? And they were like, no, we're 24 hours. I said, oh, that's smart.
As long as they get rid of the stud game, that place will return to its former glory.
Mike said, I was there a lot when Craig and Karen and all those dealers. We believe you, Mike.
All right, yeah. Well, that's a good way to
Karen still
remember you
deals.
by.
Yeah, no kidding. A lot of us were there.
Oh,
Craig.
you're that Mike that was there during Craig and Karen's time working. Okay.
Good Lordy, Mike.
Craig hasn't worked there, and man, if I had to guess,
That's like, Mike, you got a Facebook page? Let's look you up.
he hasn't been there in 3 years. If I had to guess.
I'm gonna look you up, Mike, and then show your picture to Tom.
Ooh, they got a 1025 PLO going right now. The 3060 gain probably miserable.
Let's see here. I don't know if you've got one. Mike Wiley Jr. Is that you? Sunset pick? No, it can't be you. Could be. No, it ain't you. Is it?
Oh, here we go. Double flush draw with Kevin and Elon. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, yeah. 2 overs for both. 2 solid flush
Got
draws.
snap call. Turn. Puts a boat out there. Both of our opponents check. River's a king. So who's going to have the most heart? I think it's probably going to go check by Kevin. Elon should be betting here. And then almost mucks his hand. Okay, he mucked it at the last second. I was going to say, like, let's somebody flip over a hand and take this pot down. I'd like to see some aggression there because, you know, I hate seeing when people just decide to give up on pots. I can't stand it. I want to see a little. You don't even have to bet big. You know, you don't have to do some spectacular bluff there on the river. I think you could easily just bet like $45 to $55 and put our opponent in a pretty difficult spot to have to call. So it looks like here. Chief on the button. It's going to raise it up to 20. Not a bad play. Just going to get a couple of calls from Kevin and Sandy.
Another, do we got anything here? No.
King high board.
Nada. Yeah, another thing we were talking about earlier, and these again are just, we're talking, of course, to the people that are trying to learn the cash game dynamics. We were talking about, raise sizing. And, Tom was saying he prefers sometimes smaller or whatever for certain situations, but in certain scenarios or whatever. But that's another thing. Like I told you, like right off the bat, I looked at around this player pool. I looked at their stack sizes. I saw the first 1 or 2 raises. That kind of sets the tone. As games go on, people get stuck. They start, it starts to open up a little bit. But like last night, for instance, I'm in the game. It's just a 1-3 game. But I've been watching. I hadn't had a hand. I've been sitting there for about 3 or 4 rounds. But I'm watching people raise it pretty 20 in a 1-3 game, 20, 25. And there was one guy that was definitely calling, and then most time you were getting multiple callers. So I finally woke up with 2 aces, and everybody limped in. And
I'm definitely raising big.
Yeah, and I made it 30 because I already know I'm going to get at least 1 call. And I got 4 calls. But I'm saying in a 1-3 game, that's just you got to know your table.
But you're also studying your table dynamics.
Right. That's exactly right. I mean, and that's why I said when I first
because
saw
that varies,
this,
right? Because in
sure.
some games, that 30 will never get called.
Never.
In other games, it's going to get called by everybody.
Exactly.
So that's why studying your opponent, like you just said, I mean, literally the opening phrase was, I sat around for a couple orbits and, watched the game. And that's what a lot of people don't do.
Right.
A lot of people get caught up looking at their phone, or when they're out of the hand, they're paying attention to other things. You can learn so much information by studying the opponents when they're in the hands and you're not, because you have an unbiased view, right? Like you don't have any information at all, so like you just have to play a guessing game. So
that's right. Yeah. Couple things, and then I want to add on to that. Mike Wiley says, okay, cool from Lex. Do we know if the Sherman Minton Bridge is open? Yeah, it's open, Mike.
So about that, like it's open. but it is hit or miss on whether or not it's open from day to day. Like
No,
it,
it's been open every time I've gone the last couple times.
well, they, of course, it's going through major construction,
Yeah.
so it seems like one moment it is open, the next moment they have it to where you're either going on the top or the bottom. I think it's almost done, and by almost,
Yeah, who knows?
I'm going to say like 60% done. And you've already seen the time that they've been working on it. So when I say almost, take that with a grain of salt because almost could probably still be another couple of months, especially now that the weather has turned. They're not going to get very much work done. So
Graham Willock says it's mind blowing to see the hands people are limp calling with in this game. Poker at Club Jack is alive and well. Yeah,
yeah,
gambling, baby.
yeah. See, that's the thing though is a lot of these hands wouldn't play as poorly if they were just 3-bet. But what you see is a lot of limping, and you'll just kill your chip stack by limping, and then just not showing aggression because it's essentially you're just trying to hit flops. And
You don't make that many hands.
you just have to realize that when you're playing Texas Hold'em, it is really hard to flop hands. So even though we have like the 8-9 suiteds, the queen tens, the 9-10s, the queen jacks, hands like this, these are all hands that would just be better off being 3-bet because then you take the betting lead and you no longer have to hit the flop. You just have to bet and you'll get your opponent to fold.
One thing I was going to say, to tag on to what we were talking about earlier about paying attention to your table and the bet sizing and all that stuff, one of my standard things that I just kind of pay attention to is exactly kind of what we're talking about. Like, you'll see a limp pot, right? And, or it's like, but it doesn't even matter if it's like a small raise or whatever. It would have either a limp pot or a small raise, whatever. Check down, small bet, they get to showdown. And when you see the hands, pay attention to the hands they flip over.
Absolutely.
And you'll see like king 4 offsuit,
Yeah.
like late or even just early. And you'll say, God dang, this guy's limping. Like, you'll just think that if that player is capable of limping with a king 4 offsuit, they're capable of limping with anything. So it's better to raise them.
Yeah.
When you see that stuff. So
and
but that's just a little trick to pay attention to.
And with that raise, raise doesn't have to be substantial.
No, yeah, 15 should do the trick.
Actually,
or
let's
12
pause that for a moment.
Yeah, we got a hand here. Sorry.
We see what Sandy does. Kevin's going to think that he got lucky on the turn, but Sandy is going to go ahead and raise it up. We're going to see the worst card. Now, hopefully the saving factor for Kevin might be that there's a straight and a flush
Sandy,
draw out there.
Do not check, Sandy. There you go.
Yeah, Sandy, you just can't check here.
What happened here? 100.
I think about 100 got snap called.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a good bet. Yeah,
sense.
we don't want to just be scared that a flush and a straight got there.
See if another game's going. Gary Dalton's asking if there's another game going.
Yeah, it looks like there's possibly 2 games.
Possibly 2 other games going, Gary.
But I can't tell if that's a tournament or not.
At least one.
It looks like a tournament and a cash game.
Definitely at least one game going, Gary. Possibly 2, and if not 2 yet, there will be once you get here, maybe.
I don't forget what we were talking about. Got caught up by that.
You were the Queen 10 versus the 3 Jacks. The paying attention to the hands that get flipped over. Just small raises accomplishes getting them out.
Exactly. So like we don't. A lot of people think that we just have to bet really large in order to bluff, but the reality of Texas Hold'em is that a majority of the time that our opponents just don't have anything. So we don't have to start betting crazy. We just need to bet a little bit more consistently. And that way we just keep our opponents on our toes. Again, I see people try to do it all the time, the huge all-in bluff on the river to a range that doesn't even make sense. Like a majority of the time, like if you have that strong of a hand, why would you be doing this? So I think just staying consistent with our betting a little small as just, hey, here's a stab. I want you to call me, and then our opponent's just going to fold the majority of the times, and you'll just find yourselves winning a lot more pots that way.
We're going to have a husband and wife battle here.
Yeah, very coordinated board here.
He's covert. Right, never mind. What's the husband's name on here?
Team
Claiborne.
Claiborne,
That's
yeah.
right. I knew there was a C there, so.
Yes,
And
we got a
Kevin,
pretty dynamic board here, of course, now that the straight flush draw comes in as well. Sandy's not going to feel as comfortable as her flop two pair. Covert,
she said, "Show me that 8
yeah, Covert.
or
It's
clubs."
going to be interesting to see how he continues here. I don't know if I really like this call, but he's going to see if he can get lucky here. River is a jack, so he does hit the 3 jacks, gets lucky. Let's see what he does here. This would be a pretty bad check if we're calling on the turn and then not firing out on the river. And again, this is one of those spots that I don't think we need to bet incredibly large. The pot's already 138. Looks like he's going to go for about 40 or 50. I think that's right about on point, because if we believe on the turn that our opponent does not have the flush, does not have the straight, and is basically capped at 2 pair, there's no reason to overbet and lose value on the river. I think $50, about 1/3 pot, is right on point. Sandy makes an excellent laydown. And Covert gets lucky there. I mean, again, I don't really like chasing open-endeds and top pairs when there's already a straight and a flush on the board. I see it happen too many times where we're trying to hit our straight, or we're trying to hit 3 of a kind, and we're already drawing dead.
Drawing dead and getting there, nothing worse.
Yeah, but of course, that's not going to be every scenario, and you don't want to just always start folding when we could potentially be drawing dead, because of course people can be bluffing, but you don't consistently want to find yourself always doing the same thing in that spot, because it will be a losing proposition. More times than not, you're going to already be drawing dead, or you're just going to miss the turn, or the river rather. Like in that spot, he had top pair open-ended, but there's more cards that can hit the board that's going to, keep him where he's at, as opposed to cards that can help him out. So, looks like we got a gutter for tight Mike. Elon, backdoor flush draw.
Backdoor
Mike likes to
straight
bet.
flush draw, my friend.
Yeah, backdoor straight flush draw, I guess. Mike's going to go ahead and take the lead. Again, Mike just realizing that we don't actually have to have a good hand. We just have to be betting.
Tight Mike's going to have to change his name.
Yeah.
You ain't fooling us, buddy.
But again, thanks for joining us here. It is Friday nights. This is our 1-2 no bet hold'em cash game stream here at Club Jack in Louisville, Kentucky. If you're interested in getting signed up for one of our games or have any questions, comments, concerns, be sure to visit us on clubjackpoker.net or any of our social media platforms, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, all those.
Who raised it 12? Elon with Ace Jack, and G Bunny calls, and then Chief gets to wake up with the Ace King. He just 3-bet takes. That's a good fold by Elon Mucks.
Yeah,
Ace
very
Jack.
good fold.
Oh,
We'll
Chief
see,
could be.
We see a
up
lot
to
of
some
players
funny
get
business.
sticky with those ace jacks. A majority of the
I hate
time.
that hand.
Well, a majority of the time, just the average player just thinks, "Hey, I've got 2 face cards. One of them's an ace," and they just never fold ace jack. Doesn't matter what the sizing is, as long as it's not an all in. So it's very excellent fold there.
Graham Willock says, how can you say Covert got lucky when he's getting more than the direct pot odds on the turn? He had like 45% versus her exact hand, and she bet super tiny. Come on, let's not be results oriented with the commentary. What he's saying though is,
Are you talking about on that hand that we just watched?
yeah, and what he's saying is she doesn't have to have 10-9, is what he was saying. Yes, versus her exact hand, okay, but
Yeah, I mean, it's different when we can see their cards.
And what he was saying is, what if the river is the deuce of hearts, and
Yeah, you're
she
just going to find yourself in a very difficult spot if we're just calling with top pair when you could already be drawing dead. I mean, it's a little bit different when we can see their cards, but a majority of the time,
Right.
if you're there with top pair and the board already has three clubs on it, it already has four to a, or three to a straight,
No four-liner.
or a four liner rather. Yeah, excuse me, because I think it was the eight or
Jack
something.
10-9-7.
Yeah, the eight would have gave the straight. It's just super optimistic. I mean, yeah, we can start talking about pot odds and stuff like that, but I mean, what are pot odds if we're already drawing dead? I mean, yeah, she bet tiny, but I mean, does an ace high flush draw or a flush, ace high flush ever bet really small there? I think so. Does a set ever bet small there? I think so. Two pair bet small? I think so. Does ace eight a week straight make a small bet? I think so. So it's not necessarily being results oriented. I think it's more along the lines of the guy just sees it as I have top pair and open ended, and maybe I can win this hand if I get lucky on the river. And I think that's a terrible spot to be finding yourself in, is if you have to say to yourself, maybe I can get lucky to win on the river. That to me is when it becomes gambling. And again, I'm not advocating that you fold that every single time. I think that's just things that we need to keep in mind when we're playing the game. As we see here, Cabman does flop Broadway, but he wishes that he had the ace king of clubs.
No, he doesn't care. He's all in. You flop a flush, you flop a flush. Nice hand. Cabman. Run Good says he's from his couch. He's staying warm, staying in tonight, probably play tomorrow.
Nice. Well, good luck to you. It's going to be some good action. Like I said, Mitch just said that I thought it was an error, but I looked at Bravo last night just to randomly check it, and saw that there was 355 PLOs. That's impressive.
There was. I tried to get 1-2 PLO going last night.
Tonight, yeah. Tonight they've already got the 1025 going.
They have.
Might have been mandatory straddle.
Yeah, it is. 10-25 must straddle.
It is a must straddle game? That's disgusting.
With 12 on the list.
12 on the list. I would love to be dealing that game. Jeez.
Yeah, I know Nick was coming in town, so I know he's playing that. There is. I can't believe they didn't open a 125 PLO.
I wonder what that buy-in is. That's probably got a no cap.
Yeah, there's no cap. I bet Nick bought him for 20.
Yeah, they sure do bring the action, and they prefer playing Omaha. They don't want to play Texas Hold'em. It's too boring for them. They want to play Omaha, and I always found it fascinating in Omaha how much more aggressive people are. Like if you have the flush draw in Omaha, it just seems like people just always want to get it all in. It's a lot different to Hold'em.
It is.
I don't know why. I don't know what. I've always thought that was weird. That like
the pots are just so much bigger, so
yeah,
they're more inflated.
I can see that. Yeah, because it's just in Omaha. It seems like if you have the flush draw, it's pot.
A lot of times it is.
But in Hold'em, you see people play a little bit more conservatively.
I know it is crazy because it's the same hand technically.
Yeah.
But you're 100% right. And in Omaha, they love it.
Yeah, just a flush draw in Omaha. I mean, I think that's a death wish.
It is. Especially with the hands you end up running into when it's all in.
Yeah, it's almost always two pair sets and
two pair
wraps.
sets or flush draws as well.
Yeah,
like two pairs with flush draws or where they got your flush draw blocked off a little bit.
Yeah, like even on this board where it's like King Jack, two diamonds. Like if we have like the Ace 5 of diamonds. Yeah, that's cool. We can hit the flush, but then our opponent has the Ace, Queen, 10, 9 with two clubs or something like that. It just always seems like you're fading the world. I've always took a super, super conservative approach when playing Omaha. And actually it's kind of funny too. Like I would say I'm actually up playing Omaha in my Omaha days, but I also play it, I don't want to say like super, super tight, but I just wait until I'm in position before I even really enter the hand. Like a lot of people go crazy with aces. I don't mind raising it up, but I'm also not trying to get it all in with like ace, ace, 9, deuce. Maybe if I have like ace, ace, king, queen, ace, ace.
Yeah, it's just
4, 5, maybe.
Completely stack dependent, player dependent. I mean, I in same thing we were talking about earlier. Just like we're talking about. I mean, we talk, you know, poker in general, not just the specifics, of what we're watching here tonight. But yeah, I mean, if I'm in a game where it's a tight PLO game, then yeah, I'm gonna raise
I'm gonna
aces
loosen
up.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna raise up a lot of hands, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna raise up aces every time. But in a game with some good players and people that know how I play and things of that nature, unless I'm short stacked or whatever, I'm not even raising or re-raising with aces because you are pretty much turning your hand kind of face up.
Oh yeah,
And
absolutely.
and they can
Yeah.
outplay you on so many boards.
Yeah. I mean, I know you play a lot more Omaha than I do, but
Hmm.
you almost know every single time somebody has aces.
Oh yeah, I
And
will call somebody with any four cards
you give me the 3, 4, 6, 7,
all
or
day.
the
I'm even
5,
worse than
6,
that.
8, 9.
Yeah, even worse than that.
I'm willing to gamble with you.
I'm calling with any four if I know you have aces and I have some kind of decent. I mean, yeah, it's gotta be like a decent four. And I don't want a pair. I want like
No, you don't want a pair, but that's what I'm saying. You want like the 2, 3, 5, 6, or
Well,
the.
yeah, I mean, I would prefer that, but I'm talking. I will call you with Jack 10 4 5 if I think you got aces and.
But you have massive equity at that point, though.
You have
I'm
plenty
saying
of
like
equity,
yeah, like
but I'm saying like I did. But there's just so many boards that if the aces don't connect at all, and
they can't
yeah.
continue.
So we're talking about Lynn Ashby earlier, right? Best PLO player I ever played with, and Nick Lampkin's second best. And Richard used to be back in the day, but Lynn Ashby told me long time ago. He said, Mitch, when what the exact situation we're talking about, your opponent has two aces and you're in position, you call with any four cards, and let's say that flop comes out there at 4 5 8, and they check to you, you pot it every single time. I don't care if you have I don't care if you have king, queen, 10, absolutely nothing. You pot that flop when they check it to you,
100%.
and you just take it down.
Yeah.
Unless they got nut hearts.
That's the only thing that you would be against right there is like the ace.
But they don't
ace.
check nut heart. They don't. They bet that hand
They'll
with the
pot
nut
it.
hearts. Yeah, they
They'll
just pot
pot
it right in front of you. So that's what he was saying.
Yeah.
But back to my point is, yeah, I don't. I'd rather, looking at this board again, just flat when people raise with aces and stuff. It with good players, and that way when it comes that flop up top, ace king 5, they don't put you on them.
Yeah. Exactly.
And if someone flops 3 kings or ace king, you just stack them.
I think you're right about that because the immediate mindset is, okay, the ace hit the board and he didn't pot it pre-flop,
Yep.
so he does not have aces. Best case scenario, maybe he has pocket kings or ace king or something like that, but like.
Yeah, I'm saying if you have 3 kings or 3 5s right there, maybe not
just
3 5s, but three
kings. You're getting it in every time.
Every time. You
because
never put someone on
you
aces.
don't put them on aces.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's sweet.
I
think to me, but that's just the style too, and I know how people think I play.
Yeah, that's how I like to approach it.
Because then you get to rep everything.
So it looks like I thought they might have been testing it, but I guess they're doing a double board Omaha bomb pot.
Yes, sir. And they do $200 caps on these.
Yeah.
Just to smarten the audience up.
God, the last time I played one of these, there were some guys making plays that just I couldn't understand. Like they would be getting it all in on this board with like ace king, and I just always thought that was fascinating.
PLO, Mike Wiley says PLO is a better game. Yeah, I'm with you, Mike. Mike, I was straight, no limit that dabbled in PLO for off. I'd play it here and there, or not. I played quite a bit.
I think Omaha cash games are better.
But I played strictly PLO for probably from 2018 till 2022.
Texas Hold'em tournaments are still the nuts, but I think cash game you're more profitable playing Omaha if you're a solid player. I think it's just the fact that there's people out there that just won't ever lay down bad flush draws and stuff like that in Omaha.
Yeah.
Like in this spot, you could use this board for an example, the ace king 5 with the 2 clubs, people that have like
queen high clubs.
Queen high clubs, jack high clubs, stuff like that will never fold.
And then when they hit it and you've got it, you're just getting paid off.
Yeah. So, when you get in there with like the king 5, jack 10 or something with the 2 clubs or something like that, the king high flush draw, they're just going to pay you off every single time. They just, I think they have too many cards in their hand to realize that everybody else has equally as many cards, and it's just a lot harder to win hands.
Yeah, I will say it's.
Everybody's got to draw. What is going on here?
I don't know. Like I don't think we can
Misdeal.
get the. Yeah,
I
I think
might
so.
not. Oh, I think he's not being able to read the board.
Yeah, screw it. No bomb pots tonight. It looks like. So they just returned everyone's money. We're
Yeah,
probably
but I
just.
mean, who cares if it's not working? I mean, you can still run it. We just won't see the board. I guess that's what the issue is.
It's either the board or they might not be able to update their chip stacks. I don't know.
Okay. Well, either way.
Oh, mom's in the chat. Hi guys. Hi, mom.
Hey, Mom. How's it going? Just hanging out.
Happy Friday. Hope you're staying warm.
Yeah, man, it is bitter cold outside right now. Bitter cold. The action's heating up here, though, here in Club Jack. We got some players making some crazy plays, splashing around. Looks like we got a $6 straddle on the button with a smooth call in the small blind. I'd like to see what that hand is, smooth calling. Ace Jack suited, so an absolute terrible smooth call. I think we need to be raising up that Ace Jack suited.
He's playing covertly.
Yeah, I mean, I know your name's covert and you like to be covert, but we're just going to allow hands like 8-4 offsuit, 4-2 offsuit, and then this is what happens. I mean, of course, we would have ran into Ace 10, which is unfortunate. But now, we have these hands like Ace 4, and I mean, what do you do with Ace Jack suited? You just fold? You sure do. So, I mean, I guess you just knew that your opponent was going to outflop you with the 10, but like, what are we doing? Like, we have one of the top 6 best hands in poker, basically. Like, we need to be raising. And I mean, I know that we're out of position, we're under the gun, but like, I don't know about you, but like, if I'm a straddle on the button and I'm in the small blind and I see somebody raise in that position, do you think they're strong or weak? I think they're strong every single time. I don't think hands that raise in that position are ever weak. So I think we just need to take our image of strength there. And of course, we would have been out flopped, but that's hindsight.
Maybe Ace 10 might have folded.
It's possible because again, if I see somebody raising up in the small blind right there after a straddle, and I look at Ace 10, all of a sudden Ace 10 doesn't look very solid. But if my opponent limps in there, all of a sudden Ace 10 looks solid. So we need to play more aggressively. We need to make some plays. We don't want to just play passively, try to hit flops, try to get lucky, kind of like how Elon did and flopped a set. And poor Sandy hits top pair, top kicker on the turn. Hopefully she avoids the ace or the jack.
She's gonna get
Now, of course,
diamonds.
this does put us straight out there. It does put diamonds out there, but Elon is going to make a very smart bet and get paid off here. I don't think Sandy has the ability to raise here. I think she's just going to double check it and then call and then get the bad news. So very good call from Sandy there, and not trying to go for very, very thin value with like maybe a min raise. Although I do think a min raise wouldn't have been re-raised after that.
I don't either, but a loser.
It still would have lost, yes, but I think sometimes in that particular spot, it's okay to go for a little bit of value. But once our opponent is betting into us, again, diamonds is out there, straights is out there. He's bet $40. It wasn't a very large bet. I think I just go ahead and try to just say, you know what, I'll call and collect that 40. And if you have me beat, then it is what it is. But she makes a wise decision there not to raise with the top pair, top kicker. But yeah, again, with that small blind ace jack suited, I think that, good hands like that just don't come around very often. A majority of the time, look at our hands that we're looking at right now: king 10 offsuit, jack 9 off, jack 8 off. I think ace jack suited is just one of those hands that, the button straddled for $6. I think we just make it $20. I think we make it $20. we get some of these other hands to fold, and then we reevaluate later. Sometimes you want to play a little bit coy there. You want to keep some hands in your range. Like, aces, kings, king, queens. We want to make sure that we're aware of all these ranges that we could have. But I think a majority of the time, just a call there just looks too much like 9-10 suited, jack 9 suited, king queen off. Just a marginal hand. So it looks like we have another $6 straddle. G money with the 7-3 off makes the wise decision and folds. Chief, of course, going to call Kevin. See what he does here with the king 10 off. Looks like he's just going to call. He does. Sandy with the 7s. I don't expect her to raise. Tight Mike. Now this is going to be an interesting spot with 8s. I can see Mike raising here.
Yeah, a lot of dead money out there.
Yeah, a lot of dead money, and he does just that. That's actually a really good raise by Mike. You've got position, a lot of calls, and I don't know what's going to happen here. I expect Chief and Sandy to call. I don't think I like Kevin to call.
No, but Chief should be calling. Mike's deep enough to
Yeah.
flop a set.
Yeah, I think we can get away with calling the 5s there, but I think that's going to allow Kevin to get in there, and of course Sandy's going to get in there as well.
Well, now I really want to call with the 5s.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you just call there, you're going to set up those other two opponents to call. I just don't think that they're ever going to raise. So I think what we have to...
my Kevin.
Yeah, so Kevin sticking
Kevin.
in there with the doo-doo butter king 10 off is going to get lucky. I don't expect Mike to bet here. It's definitely possible. The kings are going to be in his range, but I think that I'd like to... I think personally I'd like to check this flop. Because if we have a king, we're just so much ahead of our opponents, right? Like we're just so far ahead. It would be a lot different if like it was king 9 or king 10, something of that nature.
Mike will be checking this back.
Mike has to check here because we have to realize, okay, my opponent limped in, I bet, got called, bet the flop, got called.
Yeah, if this guy's got a 3, I still have that beat.
Yeah.
If he has like ace 3 suited.
He's gonna get the bad news. Yeah, he's got the king.
He beats all the pairs under 8s. So
it just looks too suspect when you just call. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what else are you going to be calling with in that particular situation? It's just maybe a small pocket pair or something like that, but a majority of the time, it's just probably going to be a king. Yeah, again, that's why I think I like raising it up from Mike's position there. I think we try to protect our equity. It's just unfortunate that our opponent's stuck in there with king 10. That shouldn't dissuade that shouldn't dissuade Mike from making those kind of raises. Because again, a majority of the time that he is going to be ahead. It's just unfortunate that he wasn't. Mike Wiley, played twice a week up at Hard Rock. Great games. Yeah, I've heard Hollywood. Hard Rock was awesome. I haven't been up there in a long time, maybe a few years. It's really difficult for me to drive almost 2 hours away or however long it is to go up there and play cards when I can just either come here or come over to the casino. Usually I'll go up there if there's like a tournament going on or I know they have really good promotions. I know that they have a really good like Valentine's Day promotion, Easter promotion, stuff like that. So it looks like Elon's going to take the initiative here with the backdoor straight and flush draw. He's going to get a call from Team Claiborne, who's floating with the gutter. But this is going to be a difficult spot now because Elon has turned to equity. It's exactly what he wanted to see. And I think we need to fire that. I really do. I think once we're bluffing the flop and then we turn our hand, of course, he doesn't want to lose equity and get shoved off of his hands. But I think once we show the aggression, we can go ahead and bet. And you can see there that with the 10 high, all we have to do is bet. I don't think it helps our betting. It doesn't really match up with our range when we bet the flop and then check the turn and then now bet the river. I mean, I guess it's possible that you had some kind of ace 3, ace 4 in your hand or something like that, but typically speaking, Claiborne would have had the range advantage there because he's just, in his particular situation, is going to be more likely to have an ace or a 6. So even though he bet it, made a good bet, won the hand, I think that's a hand that Claiborne got away with that he could have stole. Looks like we got Big Boy back in the box. See what kind of monsters he deals up. And he's doing exactly that. He's got Covert limping with 4s. Tight Mike's probably going to make it about 35. Again, yeah, makes it 36. With his ace-king suited. Elon with the jack-10 offsuit. Can't resist getting in there. Now, I do expect it to go fold all the way back around to Sandy. I don't know what Sandy has in her hand. She just called the 6, so her range is going to be quite wide. But Team Claiborne with the 5-6 offsuit on the button with position. It's going to stick in there. Sandy also going to stick in there with a mystery hand. Now, of course, Covert just can't fold here. You've just got, if you hit a 4, you're going to get a monster pot. So, looks like we're going to go to this pot 5 ways. See what happens here. Big Boy with the delayed flop, and the flop does come Queen 10-6. So Elon flops a 10. Claiborne flops a 6. Mike, backdoor flush draw. Gut shot, straight draw. Covert, nothing. I can't see Sandy's hand. She does check. If I have to guess, she might have a queen because I don't see any queens. There's a lot of queens out there. She could have a straight draw. King Jack's a little bit less unlikely because it is blocked, but she could have like something like 8-9 maybe with a gutter. Let's see what happens here because we got Elon betting 75. Okay, so she folds. And now what's Mike do? In this spot, I think Mike has to float one. I think we have to float one. He does that. We're going to go heads up. Turns an ace. So that was an absolute great card from Mike. I think Mike should be checking here every time. He does just that. Elon checks right behind him. River's a 9. Doesn't change anything. It does put a straight out there, but not the nut straight. King Jack is still the nuts. Elon does block that. So Elon could potentially be putting Mike on something other than a straight. Maybe 2 pair, 3 of a kind, something like that. It looks like Mike's just going to go ahead and take it down. So, good bet by Mike. Good way to stay in there and float. I know in those particular situations, of course, we don't have anything. We just have ace high. But when we took the aggressive lead on the flop and then we flop a hand that's a gutter to the nuts, we can still hit backdoor flush draw. An ace or a king might still be good. I don't think that we can just start going folding. I really don't. I think that's a bad play because then we're just going to, every time we miss the flop, we're just going to throw away $36 pre-flop. Now, of course, doesn't sound like a whole lot, but you do that 10 times, that's $360. You do it 100 times, it's $3,600. So as you can tell, the more and more we do that, the more and more money we lose over the long run. And poker is a game about the long run. You might have a winning session, you might have a losing session, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to what did you do during your career playing? Were you a winning player or a losing player? Sometimes we get lucky, sometimes we get unlucky. So we're going to pick back up here. Looks like we're just going to have a raise and a fold. So again, thanks everybody for joining us here on this cold Friday night. It is January the 19th. We are almost to February. Seems like this year is flying by. It just started. It's already almost over. I'm glad to see that we did get the cameras fixed compared to last Friday. Last Friday, when we did the live stream, the cameras were incorrectly set and they had an extreme glare, so some of our players looked enlightened. That's one way to put it. Much, much better quality this week. We can actually see the players. No, it's not perfect. Of course, it's not perfect, but as good as it's going to get. So we got a shred on the button. It looks like Coverts is just going to call after the raise from Elon. What a lovely flop for Covert. He's flopped top pair. He's flopped open-ended. Elon is going to fire out. I don't know if Covert can raise. I think he can. But I think I just like the call. Of course, he's going to want to avoid any kind of jacks, queens, kings, aces. So I think that's why we can raise. But at the same time, if our opponent is going to just keep firing, we just need to let him hang himself. And that's going to be a bad card for Covert, because most likely he's going to check. And Elon, knowing his aggression, is going to fire. But no, he doesn't. So good question from Mike here. Is the Sherman Mitten Bridge back open? It is open, but not to full strength. So essentially, of course, they've been doing construction on it. That construction probably won't be done for quite some time. But the bridge itself is open, but on limited capacity. So I think it's only like one lane to and from. But that fluctuates, man. Sometimes that bridge is just randomly closed. So I don't know exactly when it's planned on being finished. If I had to guess, probably not for like another year or two. But to my knowledge, currently, it is open going northbound and open going back down southbound. Actually, I don't know if you would call that northbound. I guess you would call that westbound. All right, picking back up. Kevin has raised it $30. Sandy on the dealer button decides to just call. She slow plays her ace king, doesn't want to raise it up. And of course, this is going to be the downside of not raising our ace king. Yeah, I get it here, man. The downside of not raising our ace king to a raise is we're going to allow hands like queen jack to get in there. So when we don't raise our hands up, we're going to let Kevin take the betting lead. And Sandy's just going to have to fold your ace king. See, this is why I don't really like slow playing hands like this, because if we just go ahead and raise up pre-flop, our opponent's probably just going to call. Flop's going to come out. He's going to check. We're going to bet, and we're going to win that pot. Instead, we just gave up the money that we put in pre-flop. I'd like to see a little bit more aggression there with the ace king offsuit. I know it's not suited, so it's not super premium, but when a late position raiser puts in some money, and I've got ace king on the button, I mean, I do call sometimes because you want to definitely have some variance in your gameplay. But a majority of the time, I think we need to be raising there. Our hand is too strong just to call and then let our opponent see the board, because then we let other hands, such as the queen jack, get in there that flop gutters. That's the last thing we need. Need to play aggressive. Looks like Chiefs
I'm back. Sorry, the answer the earlier question in the chat. They fed us pizza tonight, so I went ahead and grabbed me a couple slices. Not shabby.
So here we're seeing Chief with the pocket jacks, raise it up. Just going to get a couple callers.
Have you mentioned this at all, by the way?
Not yet, no. So it looks like here Sandy's going to go ahead and flop the gut shot straight flush draw. Tight Mike with the king of hearts. Of course, Chief with the pocket jacks.
Ace deuce for covert, too.
Yeah, Chief is the one that's left out here with the premium hand, but
it's going to be interesting here.
Yeah, covert with two pair. It's going to call. Let's see what Mike does. Mike's in an interesting spot here because he didn't take the betting lead pre-flop, but he's going to just call here. I don't mind that play. I was interested to see if he was going to raise, but I think just slow playing it isn't a bad option here. Now, of course, Covert is going to think that his ace-deuce here is probably still good, that both of his opponents are probably drawing to an ace with a flush draw, maybe, some kind of high flush draw card. So I think what we're going to see here is Sandy's going to bet 75. I think Covert just calls, and I think Mike just calls.
Yeah, Mike's kind of getting priced in.
Yeah, Mike's super priced in here. I don't like the raise from Mike. I mean, I think you can get away with it sometimes, but I think it's just better just to call. But I think that also kind of turns our hand face up at this point.
Oh!
And the deuce hits the river. Of course, that's going to look insignificant. Sandy does, in fact, check it just in case that she was behind. But Covert, I think, needs to come out with pot's about 408. I don't think you should bet over that. I think maybe about half pot, $150 would be appropriate. And he does just that. So bad news is for Sandy is she's going to be officially priced in. If she folds this, that's incredibly impressive.
Yeah.
Because she's not going to put her. Yeah, it looks like she's just going to call. She's not going to put her opponent on a full house. She's most likely going to put him on like a higher flush, something like that. Yeah.
Wow, that's a sick river for Sandy.
Yeah, that's brutal for Sandy there. But I think she got lucky there that he, didn't put her all in, and she got to save a few extra dollars.
Yeah. Five of hearts would have been brutal for Mike.
Yeah, five of hearts would have been awesome. Actually, it would have been, not that I want to see souls crushed, but the five of hearts on the turn, deuce on the river would have been just beautiful.
Yeah, you're praying for a massacre.
I mean, sometimes I gotta have things that get me excited. That's what I used to look forward to when dealing. It's just crushing souls.
I had a hand in Cincinnati one time. I had the 3-4 spades, or the 4-5 of spades, one of them, and it came
Deuce
ace, deuce. I flopped a double gutter, so I must have 3-4 spade, or 7.
Ace, deuce, 7.
Maybe I had 5-6 of spades or 4-5. No, ace. Maybe it was ace 3.
It would have been like, you would. Because you would have needed like the deuce or the 6 or something like that.
I'm wrong. It came it did come like an ace deuce 7, but I think I had 4 or 5 of spades.
Yeah, it would make sense if you had 4 or 5.
And then but there was 2 spades on the flop, so I had a gut shot and a flush draw.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say you had the double.
And then I turned. No, I did flop a double gutter. I got the hand saved on my phone. Hold on, let me go back. It's on Instagram.
It would make sense if the flop is like ace, deuce, 7 of spades, and you have the 4 or 5 of spades.
It's not. There's only 2 spades on the flop, but there was the deuce and the 7 of spades.
Okay,
That's what it was, I think.
Gotcha.
No, but it wasn't 2 spades though. I flopped the double. It was a rainbow flop, I'm pretty sure. Turn was the ace of spades, so I already had my double gutter, but it gave me a flush draw. So I have a double gutter and a flush draw.
The flush draw.
And the guy raised to like 15 or 20 pre-flop, so I'm hoping he has ace king. 3 aces were on the turn. And then the river, I make the straight flush.
Dirty.
Guy, I thought I don't know the hands.
So he didn't even have a full house and still paid you off?
Oh, no. He does. He's got it's unreal. I'll tell you the hands. It was sick. I don't know. I got to get back to it. It was a couple years back. No, getting there. It's back when I used to go to Cincinnati and play all the time.
I haven't been to Cincinnati in a long time.
Me either. I haven't been before COVID. I used to go 3 times a week.
Just more money up there.
Yeah, PLO and more money and back then there was always like 3 2-5 games going. I wanted to play Hold'em. This hand I'm talking about was a Hold'em hand.
Yeah, in Omaha that'd be a lot more.
Because for a couple of
Common.
years, yeah, but I mean for a couple of years, the casino, the boat didn't have 2-5 no limit. Like the game never went. Only on the weekends occasionally. Now
No,
that
they
game
do like
just
1-2
popped up
straddle.
out of but that game's popped up out of nowhere again. Where it goes every day now, but it
They got
didn't
16 people on the wait list for the 1025.
Okay, here it comes. Here it comes. I have the 4 or 5 of spades. Okay. The flop comes out ace, 7, 3 with the 7 of spades.
Yeah,
So
you
I
get
just
the
flopped
deuce
the
with the
stone
six.
cold double. Yeah, stone cold nut double gutter either way. And the dude bet, I remember, he bet like 25 or 30.
Call.
Like a bunch of people call, of course, I'm never folding. Turn is the 3 of spades, so pairs the board, but gives me it gives me a flush draw and a gut shot straight flush draw. Check.
Call.
Dude bets 100. Another dude called the 100. I called 100. River is the 6 of spades, gives me the straight flush. I get it all in. I check it, I think, or I don't remember, but I get it all in for like my last four or 500. I get called by both of them.
Oh wow.
One of them has aces full. The pre-flop raised the guy who bet the flop and he bet the turn. The other guy had the ace high flush.
Oh wow, that's disgusting.
Yeah, it was so gross. Oh my lord, we got a little bye Sandy there with 10s full in the river. All the 10s were good the whole way. Sorry, I was telling you guys a sick hand from back in the day. We miss Sandy's exit.
Is this the pile where
hands.
she had? I think she only had $80 left after that last hand.
Is that what it was?
I think so, but don't quote me on that.
Sorry, I was so excited to tell you all that hand.
No, that's definitely exciting.
It was
It
gross
just
though. That was massive.
doesn't happen very often.
I've only seen it once. I was playing at the casino one time and I saw quads beat by quads. Both of them had pocket pairs and they had taken the bad beat away.
That's so brutal.
It was. Remember, he used to play PLO with us all the time. He was such a cool dude. Oh my god, I can't think of his name. Not Brian. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He had pocket threes, and it came queen 3, and they check it all the way down the rivers at 3. Then all the kinds of money just starts going in.
That's when you know it.
Yeah.
Everybody was so playing it.
Yeah, or so, I mean, there was 3 of them, so I think what's his face thought quad 3s obviously were the nuts, and both of them had a queen, but someone else had quad queens.
Yeah, that's basically how the bad beat that I was at the table for was. Basically, everybody started slow playing one another, and then out of the blue, everybody just started piling money, and it was just
What
like,
was it? Straight flush over straight flush.
it was 2-3 of hearts against 7-8 of hearts on a 4-5-6 board,
hearts, yeah.
and then the heart hit the turn, which was like the 10 of hearts, and then this other guy that was in the hand had the ace of hearts.
So they really got
So
it.
like, they all check the flop and try to slow play. Now all of a sudden the heart comes on the turn. I think
They
there's-
both flopped straight flush
they
over straight
both
flush.
flop straight flushes.
Oh, wow.
Disgusting. So they both check it. The guy with the ace checks. The turn comes out. Another heart. So now they're all like, hopefully one of these guys has the ace. Let's slow play it a little bit further. So then the river comes out. I don't think it pairs the board, but I really can't remember. I don't think it did. But all of a sudden it goes bet, raise, 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 raise. Literally just kept going in circles.
Yeah.
And then it was literally like, kind of like how you were saying, it was like everybody was like feeling it. You know, it was like the energy. It was like, you got this, you got this, you got this.
You know.
And then they just all started throwing it down. I mean, it was one of the most exciting things I've ever experienced at a poker table. And I wasn't even in the hand. I had folded. So
Yeah, you got a piece of it though, right?
I did. Yeah, it was like almost 5,000 or 6,000.
Yeah, that's sweet. It was a big one. I remember that. You know what's funny is that night Set of deuces here for Chief. Hold on, he's versus nothing.
Yeah, maybe the 3 high flush draw.
Yeah. You like Corey and Sheets were playing in the game because you took one of their seats at the 2-5 game. They left to go start Omaha.
Yeah,
And
because
they
I remember
hit you weren't even there that long. It was
no, so like I had originally got there, that game was kind of dying down, and then a couple of seats opened up, and they were like, "Hey, if you want," because I typically prefer to play like 1-2, 1-3, something like that. So I was like, "Yeah, I'll sit down at 2-5 and wait for this other seat," and so I was playing for a few minutes, and I guess some other people at the other 1-2 game were leaving, so they came and joined our short-handed game. I want to say we were playing 4 or 5-handed, and I think 2 guys sat down, maybe 3, and that's when the bad beat got hit, that very first hand. So there was dudes that sat down at that game, folded. Like they sat down.
$grand.
You know how you sometimes got
yeah.
your chips in your rack and you sit down, you do like a quick peek and then you just muck it instantly, back to back to back, and then the bad beat got hit.
That's sweet.
And it shut the game down. So like these dudes literally played one hand, hit the bad beat, and got to go home.
That's pretty damn sweet.
Yeah, I wish. I'd like to see this place open up a bad beat promo. I'd like to see the casino open up a bad beat promo, and it doesn't even have to be a large amount. Like that's what I tried to explain to the casino for so many years. Like the reason they got rid of it in the first place was because it got hit back to back, and it was a 25K jackpot. So like all of a sudden they had 50K come out of their promotional fund, and all of a sudden their promotions are going to have to kind of be a little lackluster for the next couple months. But I think you're better off, instead of offering a 25K jackpot, start off at like 5,000 and then make it progressive. So if it gets hit 5 times in one day, that's still less than the one original time you would have paid out.
Hit 5 times in one
That's
day.
what I'm saying. It's a majority of the time a bad beat's going to get hit, if I had to guess,
once a year,
2 times a year,
once or twice
maybe 3, and that's like a super busy room. I mean, it's so unlikely to happen that I think I always try to tell them it's better because people are drawn to the bad beat. I've explained this before. Like I only went to the boat that night at 2 a.m. because I was hoping to hit the bad beat. And
especially when they used to get up to like 200,000, 300,000.
Yeah,
people would come to you. They would. I know.
And I think this place. I think Club JAQK would
I'm trying
really
to convince Club JAQK to do one. And same thing.
And
Start
do it
small.
Do 1,000. Do $1,000 progressive. So that way, it's not going to affect your business if it does immediately get hit. Because, I mean, of course, chances are it's probably not going to get hit for the rest of the year. But it just gives another reason for people to be drawn to the room. And I think that's just good business. Good business practice. Hopefully, they'll take note of that. Just a little something extra. It's like how they had the promo here with the pocket jacks. It's a cool promo, and it gets people excited. Hey, if I got pocket jacks or whatever, I can do a little spin or whatnot. Just cool little promos, get people in the door.
There was a bad beat jackpot in Michigan, Detroit.
Wasn't it
It was like 1 point something million, and it was all it was just quads over quads. That was the thing. Like a straight flush could be a straight flush. It had to be quads over quads. That's why it built so big, I guess. And I mean, I don't know if they ever had a straight flush, but like a straight flush couldn't beat quads. It had to be quads had to beat quads. They had another bad beat available for smaller one.
So it's a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, it's harder to hit.
Yeah.
To get 8 exact cards out there in your hands and on the board, and you had to have a pocket pair. And but when it got up there, I mean, I literally called my buddy. I said, "Dude, let's go to Detroit and play for a week." I mean, we're gonna play the same game here.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's except for the difference is I might be a millionaire afterwards.
Yeah, and like I said, I've sat at the table. It's only happened once in my poker career, but I have been at the table where I saw quads beat by quads, and they both had a pocket pair. Now, and it's funny about bad beat jackpots. Everyone's like, "Oh my God, it's like hitting the lottery, or whatever." I've been playing poker for 18 years, 17 years, whatever it is at the casinos, and I know like 4 or 5 people that have been a part of them, table share, or hit them. I've hit one at Belterra.
I've only known one lottery winner, but I've known a lot of bad beat contestants.
Yeah, I don't know any lottery winners. But it's yeah. But you're right. I mean that like people want just like if you get a jackpot like that, like it draws people into your place to
Yeah.
play.
I mean, how many times have you been at the casino and then you looked up at their little TV that they have where they list all their promotions and you sit there and you look at it for a second and you're like, okay, so when's the best day that I could come up here and play? And I even talked to you about this already. Like, hey, when's the best time to play cash games for like promos? And we already had, okay, it's this day and this day.
Right.
And that gets people in the doors. And you'll notice that during those promotional days, they're busier than sometimes they are on any other day. So it just
Uh,
gets people in the door.
yeah, listen, this Cody Hazelwood in the chat. I flopped a royal on the 10 Jack Queen of Diamonds, all diamonds. Norm had the 8 9 of diamonds, no bad beat. I know I was there that day,
Wow.
Cody. After that happened, I heard all about it. That is absolutely disgusting. But you did win like a huge high hand for your royal, I think. I mean, I say huge.
Was
It's
that
nothing like the bad beat jackpot.
was that like
Been.
2 years ago?
It was within the last 2 years for sure. I remember too.
I think I remember that because that was the third bad beat that got hit after they
No, it wasn't a bad
discontinued
beat.
it.
Oh, yeah, oh, after it got discontinued.
Yeah, because to my knowledge, they because it was gone for a while, and then they finally brought it back, and it was 25K, and then it got hit, and then it got immediately hit after that, and then they did away with that, and then if this is what I'm thinking, this was that third time, but they had already done away with the bad beat.
Yeah, I don't know. Cody,
One of the
when
worst
was it?
things ever.
Oh, it's brutal. I
I'm
mean,
sorry,
that's
but that has to have a payout. It has
100%
to.
it does. If I'm running a poker room
It's got to have
and
a
you get a
payout.
straight flush beat my room or quads beat my room, you're getting something.
At least 500 or 1,000.
Some kind of. Sorry. That's just sick.
And the sad thing is they didn't even give you a $6 food comp.
Nope. So you had to go to Taco Bell on your way
Yeah.
home, Cody.
I'm sure he didn't mind that, but he'd probably actually preferred that. Although I was pretty salty the last time I went to Taco Bell because they only gave me like 4 sauces, so I had to really stretch out my sauces, and I just like to cake my fire sauce in one.
That's a rookie mistake on your part. You're supposed to watch them put the sauce in the bag and say, nope, more.
Yeah,
More.
I was on the phone and I just kind of got distracted, and I remember the dude asked me, he's like, "You want some more, sauces?" So I was like, "Yeah, make sure you give me a lot of fire." And I thought that the phrase "a lot of fire" was going to be more than 4 packets. But luckily, actually, they do sell that stuff in the stores now. So
I know,
actually, I
yeah.
do have a fire sauce back at home.
I got the hot and the mild.
I can't do the hot or the mild. It's just, it's good flavor. It's got a good
Yeah.
flavor to it, but like, I need that spice. You know what I'm saying? I need the
No.
spice.
Yeah. I don't think the hot or mild's hot at all.
No, the hot
But
or
I like
mild's
the way
not
it
hot.
tastes.
It's got a good flavor.
Yeah.
And I actually think the mild is better than the hot.
I do too.
I think it's got a better flavor to it because it feels like the hot sauce wants to be hot, but it's soft. You know what I mean? Like it's a soft hot.
Yeah. It's
It's
like
not.
a diet hot.
Yeah, it's like a diet hot, caffeine free, diet
Hot sauce.
sugar free hot sauce. It's good.
Yeah. It'll
great.
get the job done. It's better than nothing.
See, I like to pour mine on to where I basically start getting a sweat.
Are you? Yeah, I don't want to sweat when I'm eating.
I want to sweat.
Do
It's the only
you?
time I work out.
Are you a soft taco or a hard taco guy?
That's actually depends on the meal that I get. So if I ever get like the Mexican pizza, I get the soft taco
Because it's already at crunch.
because I already basically have a hard taco that are like the Mexican pizza is just 2 hard tacos that have been placed on top of one another with some like stuff on the top.
Yeah.
But I think I do prefer their soft tacos actually.
Yeah, I do too.
It seems like sometimes you get those crunchy tacos and they're just either soft or they're brittle. I don't know. I'm not really a fan of them.
I eat Taco Bell like once every 8 months, but
Check it-
sometimes if me.
What an interesting hand this is. Not to cut you off
Oh,
about your
sorry, yeah,
Taco
go
Bell,
for
but
it,
yeah,
go for
G
it.
Money with the pocket tens. He's going to have the 2 blockers for that straight, so he probably shouldn't worry about anybody else having it. Elon does hit the miracle ace on the river, even though there's a 4-liner on the board, and he's the one that bet 60. And then in tight Mike, of course, with 2 pairs. So looks like Elon here is just going to take the initiative and try to be aggressive. But I think honestly, G Money needs to raise here with the two blockers, and he does just that. I think his problem was though is he went a little too strong. He went roughly about 3x, and I think with having two tens there, I think 3x is a little too strong. I think I like a little bit smaller for a raise, maybe to ensure some value. But either way, he takes down the pot. I guess we're talking about all this food. I'm gonna go get me something to eat, so I'll let you hold it down.
All right, Tom's on lunch break.
Go get me some of this pizza. Did you have some yet?
I did. That was way better than I thought it was going to be.
Is it the place right next to it?
Yeah, but they cut it in squares. It's
They
pretty
actually
good.
cut it?
Mm-hmm.
Got sauce? I don't know. I heard somebody say they ate it all.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah,
It was
no.
getting thin out there, and I'm not talking about the crust. Alrighty here. Sounds like it. Sounds like you're walking to Walmart.
Damn hungry people. Eat all the pizza.
Oh, there's a decent amount of people in the club tonight, so the pizza wasn't going to last long. We have here nada. That card does not improve anybody. It's only good if someone wants to turn their hand into a bluff. But now, Team Claiborne is going to win this with the wheel. Let's take a look. I don't know if Tom did this when I was out, but we'll take a look at the stack sizes. Who's winning, who's losing. Let's see who's stuck. Let's see who's winning. Interesting spot here. I don't know. Kevin had some ill intentions, it looked like. Non-believer for Claiborne, and he shows it. Alrighty. So, what's our current chip stake? We got G Money here with 1,300, Chief with 1,200, Kevin with 11, Covert with 11, Team Claiborne 716, Steven 507, Tight Mike 446, Elon Mux 371, and Cabman 366. The winners and losers are right there. G Money's big winner, 7-7. Covert, almost 500 winner. Chief, 230 winner. Kevin, very small winner. Cabman, around even. Everybody else is in Stuckville. I think we only had one casualty. Miss Team Claiborne's better half. The Ace Jack, King, Queen, and Ace 4. Elon Mux does have the gut shot here. They all continue to the turn, which does not improve any. Should be check. Or no, Elon taking the initiative here. I like he turns a double gutter. 6. So I lied about not improving some hand there. Yeah, I remember that, Cody. You won the 1800. But it's still absolutely brutal. They didn't have a bad beat, and you flopped a royal. Ugh, so gross. Elon Mux with 2 6s here. Best hand. Looking at 2 overs. No one has any of them, so he's just going to bet and take it. Elon's gonna open it up here. $20 first to go. Let's see if we can. We can't figure out his hand. I'm gonna go ace, queen, suited is my guess. As I was saying, queen non-suited. As he's gonna get some action from Chief with the 5-6 suited. And just like he's supposed to, that's flops top 2. Absolutely nothing for the Chief man, so he's out of there. So it looks like Elon, I don't know if he's feel a little bit more comfortable with the way that he's got to read on the way the table's playing, or he's tilting. I mean, that's not a horrible hand by any stretch, but I'm just saying, if you are paying attention again, he called with the gut shot, bluffed the double gutter on the turn when he's starting to take a more of a aggressive routes. It looks like as he opened under the gun there with queen nine suited, so he looks like he's either ready to gamble a little bit or he is really got a good feel for how the table's playing, and he feels like he can navigate. He's picked up 2 pots. He's not stuck. He's only down. I mean, he is stuck 150, but that's not really stuck. So I don't think he's tilting.
Ooh, that pizza was good.
Oh, yeah, got just a little piece. Cody said the chicken quesadilla is greater than the orange chip, no doubt. I don't know what the orange chip is. $1,000 chip? I don't know about that.
No.
That's the only orange chip I know.
And the steak quesadilla is crushing the chicken quesadilla. Ugh.
Nothing here. The Covert's 3s are ahead, but not by a lot.
Yeah, the quesadilla at Taco Bell is definitely one of their best items.
Yeah, if they would put real meat in it, half the time you get
7 pieces of steak.
Yeah, I mean, if they would really fill that thing with meat, it would be good. Like I said, I don't ever really eat fast food. I used to eat it all the time, and I hardly ever eat fast food.
Yeah, it's good. Basically, like once every couple weeks.
Yeah, that's not bad. But
went through a stretch there of eating it all the time. Definitely not good.
Yeah, I used to eat it a lot. But even now, if I'm gonna go eat, if I want something tacos, I make them at the house, and they're just as fine, good. Or Mexican restaurant. But if I kind of want something like that, but just kind of want to be quick, I'm going to Qdoba or Moe's. I'm not going to Taco Bell.
No, for sure.
Sometimes, like I said, Taco Bell's not terrible, but it's...
No, Taco Bell is really just more of I get 3 things there. I only ever get 3 things. I get steak quesadilla, the beefy 5-layer burrito, or a Mexican pizza.
If they still had volcano tacos, I'd go there right now.
They haven't had those in 10 years.
Has it been that long?
It feels like it.
It might have been 10 years, but they were to me, the best thing Taco Bell ever did. I do like the one.
You're talking about the one with the spicy shell.
No, it was a red shell, but it wasn't spicy. But
maybe
they had lava sauce.
It was like the
sauce
fire.
it was so.
That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah.
You probably love it if you like hot stuff.
Yeah, that's been at least 7 years since they've had that.
Oh yeah, at least. I mean, you're probably right. It probably has been 10. But
yeah, I guess that's where I was confused because I remember they had the red shell. It was almost like a Dorito taco looking thing, but it was I guess it was just red, and then
it was just
they used the super volcano sauce.
The volcano sauce was unbelievable. I ate 15 of them in one sitting one time. It was crazy. I'm sure my stomach was feeling it the next day. I don't remember. I do remember eating 15 though. We had a little drinking, shit talking bet going on.
So here we got a 3-bet from Mike in position. Flop's gonna come. Nothing for nobody.
Well, Mike's not. Mike is just getting now. Kevin said I can't probably win with Queen Jack. Who 3-bet? Kevin or Mike?
Mike in position, and then continued to check the flop and turn when he had the range advantage. So
yeah, Mike might say, "Hey, that's supposed to be my card."
Yeah, when we 3-bet in position and the flop comes 3, 6, 7, I mean, a majority of the time our opponent's just going to have the 2 over cards like he does now. It's a little bit different if we're raising and the guy didn't raise in the first place.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because then he'll have that range advantage. Like, because typically, we might limp in with a 5-6 suited, but if we're going to raise and then call a raise, typically our range is going to shrink up a little bit.
Yeah, and like what you're saying, it's when you three bet and you actually don't have like he had queen ten offsuit three betting. He don't really have like like the ace rag or ace little
Yeah.
suited like where he can just check back and win with ace high a lot.
Yeah.
So that was interesting.
Sometimes he'll have maybe at the lower end of his range, like ace four suited, ace five suited,
Hmm.
something of that nature. But once we three bet, and then the flop comes out, such as it did, I think we need to fire there. And then in particular on the turn, when the board pairs and puts a second seven out there, I think we need to 100% be firing.
Yep, and these are the little things we're talking about that can make or break your session. Where
Yeah.
if he c bet that flop, he maybe gets called once,
Yeah,
but
I
if he
think
double bears, that's over.
takes it down 100%
And
of
a
the
lot
time,
of
I
times
think.
he takes it down with one bet.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't understand the like I don't mind a three bet with the queen ten off, but you gotta bet you don't have any showdown value with queen
Exactly.
ten off.
I think we need to show a little bit of aggression, and it's kind of, again, that's another thing we were talking about is we don't have to go crazy there. Like we've already taken the betting lead. So like I think it was I'm just spitballing the number because I don't remember the exact number, but I think he three bet it to like we'll just say $50 or something like that. I don't think we have to go crazy on that flop bet. I think we can maybe even downsize our bet a little bit to like 40 or maybe continue for the same 50 or whatever it was and then maybe then up our bet on the turn after that. But I think Mike just let one slip there. I think he had set himself up to win the hand
Mm-hmm.
and then he kind of just forgot that he needs to bet in
I
order
agree.
to win the hand.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing.
You don't see Mike make too many mistakes. He's usually pretty aggressive with his approach, but there I think maybe he just had a
Yeah.
bad feeling about it.
Yeah, brain fart or
Yeah,
just yeah, maybe he forgot he was a three better.
definitely a possibility.
But that's the stuff we're talking about. Like sometimes like it doesn't matter what you actually have.
Hmm.
It's just you're like we can see that he has queen ten offsuit,
Yeah.
but there's a very good chance that his opponent is they're sitting there with queen jack suited. They're going to see the flop, but they might be putting you on a monster.
Yeah, typically if you study any kind of poker, if you're looking at a three better's range as opposed to just the caller, it's just our range is going to be a lot more strong, and I think that we just need to continue that aggression. You'll just win so much more hands, so much more money in the long run by just continuing betting there.
You know what I'm wondering is I'm wondering if Mike his thinking is that he's already got a couple bluffs picked off.
For sure.
That maybe that they're gonna start calling him a little lighter.
For sure. Sometimes
But
it's
that's
easy to get gun shy.
Yeah, and then maybe he got a little gun shot. But I'm saying like, if that's your thought process, going okay, these guys are calling me a little bit lighter, then you probably need to not be three betting the queen ten
For
off.
sure. For sure. Yeah. If we're having that kind of dynamic at the table where it's just like, okay, well, I'm getting called a little bit lighter than usual, then I think that what we need to do, like you said, is tighten up our range a little bit and maybe not be three betting that queen ten off, even though it's not a bad hand. We're in position, but we need to have a plan in place for some callers, because otherwise we're just pumping up the pot.
Elon.
Yeah, it looks like Elon here flops the nutter butters. Kevin with the two blockers for the straight. Of course, Steven and Covert don't feel good about their hands. Of course, Covert could hit maybe a diamond on the turn. He's going to take his lead. Now, this is going to be interesting to see what Elon does because he's got position here. I think a smooth call would just be best because there's not going to be many cards that come out that beat you. I mean, obviously the board could pair, but I think that when we have a hand like such as we do, and multiple people in the hand, I think it might be better in position just to call there. Because what's going to happen now is Kevin was the only one that he was going to get some action from, and he's gone. So Covert's going to sit there and act like, oh, I got a tough decision, when in all reality, he's just a second away from folding. And Elon, I mean, I know he wins the hand. He wins a nice little pot right there, but I think if we just call, we get pocket fives in there to float one as well. And now we're adding a little bit more money to the pot, and then maybe potentially, let's say the 10 of diamonds comes on the turn or something like that. Now we're just going to get more and more money into the pot. So, again, I don't think it's a bad play raising there, but just the dynamic of the board, I think that almost everybody's going to fold the majority of the time.
Yeah, poker's it's an interesting thing. I was telling my dad the other day about a session I was playing, and I was like, yeah, I kind of, I ran bad, and he's like, oh no, because usually when you hear run bad, you're thinking, oh, I got aces in versus a kings, they flopped a king. That's not what I mean necessarily, because that, I mean, yeah, that's running bad, 100%, or flopped a set on my aces or whatever. But like, there's sometimes situations where you run bad where,
oh, you actually win and you run bad.
yeah, you win, you run bad, or like you flop huge, and either no one flops anything with you. Like on the hands, you actually do flop like really big hands. Yeah, you flop sets, they have nothing.
Yeah.
Or hands like I had two spots where I flopped top two pair, in a set. So I had three different hands where I flopped top two pair in a set. One time my top two pair did get turned by ace. I had ace four hearts. It came ace four deuce, and the guy turned a jack on me, aces and jacks. And I raised the flop on that one. But the other one, I was about hope. I wasn't 100% sure, but I had a guy who raised it pre-flop. He was a pretty face-up player, so I know he's either got a big pair or ace king type of hand. He made like 20 pre-flop. I had 8-9 of hearts. A couple of people called. I called, and it came 8-9 deuce rainbow. So I mean, just outflop beautifully.
Yeah, it's good.
And so I check it to him, and he bets 20 again. And now I get to see what everybody else does. Now I'm going to raise it if anyone else calls, right? Because I'm going to get the jack 10s, the 10-7s out of there. But everyone else folds.
I think at that point I just call.
Right, because now I'm going, okay, there's a the way my brain works is...
less reason for you to have protection.
Yeah, I'm not worried about... I don't think this guy's got jack 10 at all. Like, that's not even in my thinking process. I think he's got an overpair, or I think he's got ace king, right? So if he's got an overpair... There's two things I can accomplish by just calling. One, I know over 75% of the deck, I'm going to stack him anyway.
Yeah.
Two, I get to play pot control, and preserve my stack, because we were both 500-600 deep, where if, let's say, it's 8-9 deuce and the deuce turns, where I get counterfeited. As opposed to if you get it all in, and you're at the mercy of the decks. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I like to wait and see that card doesn't counterfeit twice. Sometimes twice, but sometimes just once, that I'll get all in on the turn. And then if he has ace-king, like I think is in his range, he's got nothing, right? So raising him is just going to fold him out anyway.
No, exactly.
So I want him to spike an ace or a king. So anyway, I just flat, heads up, and the turn card's a jack, which is not the best card,
it's
right?
Not the best card. No,
yeah.
Could be worse.
I check. Well, he fires again, 50. So I'm a little worried. Like, is he really is he three jacks or queens? Now he's got a
ace
gutter
kings,
ball.
Queens, ace kings are still in that range.
Yeah, I don't really think he's going to bet ace king again, but maybe. I mean, he might.
It's possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
Less likely, but possible.
Yeah. So, but ace queen maybe turns a gutter again. Whatever. Either way. But then, so now the board's 8-9 jack deuce, and then the river's a queen. So now the board's 8-9 jack, and I check. I'm out of position, and he just checks back, and he's got two kings.
Yeah.
So if I raise him on the flop, though, he was the type of player I was going to get it all from. So, but my point is what we're talking about, like what you were just talking about with boy, like just flatting with the 5-6.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to gamble and hope a card gives somebody that has nothing something, or you just win a smaller pot than you with the nuts, because it's hard. Like we've talked about, it's hard to flop the nuts.
No,
it's hard
really
to flop
is.
monster hands like that. God, can hardly hear you. Had to turn the volume way up, Gary. Little. We should be good. Gary, sounds like it's
Yeah, our voice box is registering on borderline yellow when we talk. The last time we checked the YouTube stream, actually we checked it and it sounded great, and we still had people complaining, so we actually turned it up a little bit louder after that fact.
And they liked that too.
So at this point, I don't know.
poor tens for here for tight Mike and a terrible flop.
Yeah, tight Mike's gonna just
But those are
probably
just little
check out.
insights. What we're talking about in a Jace Jack here was in the lead and just going to stay in the lead. But tens back in the hunt with the queen
Yeah,
now.
queen would be disgusting.
Steven and Mike would chop it.
I think it's good to mix up those plays too, just to add some variance to your range, as far as whether or not you want to raise or just call. I think a majority of the time, like you said, though, if I'm in position and I'm just heads up against my opponent, I think I'm going to let him hang himself. But it's also going to depend on your opponent, right? Because you know that your opponent was pretty straightforward, basically plays his cards face up, and if you just have to know your player dynamic, sometimes like there's going to be players that will just never fold ever. So like we could just bet as much as we want and they're going to call.
Oh, yeah.
But then there's other times that people are going to be a little bit more cautious with those kings and then just kind of realize, well, I only have an overpair. I could be losing to two pair sets. Those are going to be a little bit more snug type players.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, right? I'd never played with this guy, so he didn't know the way that I played. So that was another fact. And well, that's my point. I was hoping it was kings, obviously.
Especially with that run out, it's like the worst run out of all time.
Well, I mean, I'm just on the flop. My brain is like, I hope he's got aces or kings because I'm going to take one off.
Mm-hmm.
If it doesn't counterfeit me, I'm going to stack this dude.
Yeah.
And sometimes the way that I play, just because I know, like, they're going to put it, like, they're not going to fold those aces for 400 on the turn, even though it's just one pair.
Yeah,
It's an overpair. Even though you've got them beat, you're still at the mercy of that two-pair counterfeit. So sometimes I'll allow a full run out to where I know they don't improve to beat me,
Yeah.
and they will still pay you off.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So that's the other thing. It's like, but you got to gamble that you get the right cards that come out. Like,
So not to interrupt you, but
Oh,
again,
yeah, we got a big
we've
hand.
got a huge hand here with tight Mike and Kevin. Kevin got super lucky on the turn. Let's see how Mike approaches this hand because this is going to be a very difficult spot with the ace king here. Looks like he is going to just call. Okay, so if anything, he might have gotten saved on this river here with the third heart. Kevin, worried that his opponent could have the flush or queen, decides to just check and is going to win a nice pot with the 6-4. But yeah, a lot of those situations are going to be player dependent. Just how do we know our opponent plays their hands? I've seen people with pocket kings that play it hyper aggressively that are willing to get it all in with you on any kind of board as long as it's not an ace out there. And there's some players that just, unless they flopped a set, they just look at it as just one pair. And I've seen laydowns like that before. But you just want to leave room for your opponent to make mistakes. How many viewers we got? 30 viewers tonight.
it's been up and down all night. It jumped up a little bit.
Yeah, thanks again for everybody joining us here. Again, we are at Club JAQK here in Louisville, Kentucky.
Ooh.
If you'd ever like to join us for a live stream to get in the game, please feel free to send us a message on Facebook. We do sign-ups every Wednesday. Contact our live stream coordinator, Justin. He will get you signed up. We have games every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. As we take a look back into the action here, we got Covert raising it up in the small blind with ace-king suited. And he gets the old 10-3, ace-5, and king-10 to call him. Flop's going to come two jacks with an ace. Covert, Claiborne, both have an ace. Kevin with a gutter. The queen's alive.
Correct.
Yeah, ace-king 3-bet out of the small blind. Elon Muck's in there with a 10-3. I'm assuming trying to set up a play because I don't know why else you'd be in there with 10-3 suited. I think it was just to donate some money to the game.
Oh, yeah, he didn't get the right flop to make any plays on. He knows that's smacking somebody.
Yeah, I was going to say there's not many flops that will come out that are going to hit the 10-3 suited. I think that's one of those spots that we either need to 4-bet or fold. I don't think that if we get into the habit of calling with 10-3 suited that we're going to make much money playing poker.
Well, that's what I was saying when you were on your lunch break. Is I've kind of watching Elon pretty closely and the hands he's picking to play and raise with and bluff with, and that's why I said I think he's kind of found his comfort with the table where he is feels like he can maneuver. He feels probably confident playing a 10-3 suited just because he knows,
I mean,
that's what I'm
if
assuming.
you've got a read on the table that's your cards don't matter, that's one thing.
Well, just watch the hands he's deciding to. I mean, he opened it up under the gun, Queen Nine of Hearts. He floated on a gut shot and bluffed a turn right earlier. Like I think he's just
Yeah, when you play your opponent, they can pay. It can pay huge
covering with the back.
dividends.
That was the last hand. He did not have Ace King of Hearts there. That was a graphical error from the last hand. They covert.
Oh, he did not have it.
No, he didn't fold no Ace King of Hearts for $15. No, I'm saying he had that last hand. He didn't
Oh
have it.
yes.
It just
Oh, I
popped
got
up
you.
right
Oh,
there.
I got you. Yeah, the last hand he had the Ace King of Hearts. Yes.
Yeah. Wait, Jake Bishop says, wait, everything hits the 10-3. That's what I was kind of thinking. I'm an optimist myself. You got two straight draws. You got a flush draw. You got two quad draws. Tom doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And you got the fact that no one else is playing a 10-3. So when you hit it, all you, baby.
They will never put you on the 10-3. Never.
No, they're not. Yeah, that's the thing. Elon's not getting out of line by any stretch, but I'm just saying I can just tell the way he's playing now, as opposed to how he was playing earlier. He's opened it up a little bit, and I don't know why. That's what I
It
was
feels like
assuming.
he's. I think
I just think he's getting more comfortable. I
I'm
think
tied
he's.
up on you here.
They've been playing together for 2.5 hours plus. They played together earlier, a lot of them, so I just think he's starting, like I said, to get a good feel for the game. And
Yeah, that's kinda
sometimes
what it feels like.
it's just like when you're a defense or a quarterback and they throw a good defense at you to start the game. Sometimes it works, but then once you kind of figure it out, you can kind of pick them apart the rest of the game.
Oh, it gets to a point where, and I mean, I know you know this, but when you're in a cash game and you've been playing for a good minute and you've got a good read on your table, at one point, it feels like you don't even need to look at your cards if you're in position.
Yeah, for sure.
It seems like there's been multiple times where I was in a cash game where I'd be in position, and honestly, I wouldn't even look at my cards. I would just kind of read the table dynamics and know that, okay, this dude likes to bet the flop or bet pre-flop, bet the flop, and then check when he has nothing. So it's kind of one of those situations where if I know how my opponents are playing, my cards don't even matter because I know if my opponent's just doing it a little thin continuation and then checking the turn, he's going to fold probably about 85% of the time, and especially in tournaments, that's extremely crucial. Cash games a little bit different because you can just rebuy, but
Yeah, that's one of my bread and butter things that people think it's silly, and it is. I mean, it's like, I know how they think that I play the certain people when I'm talking about, and we got a gut shot here for Claiborne, and then so like at the casino, like if someone will limp in that I know they don't really ever limp with good hands, and maybe there's one other limper, and now there's $10 out there, and I raise it up to 25. Nothing. I mean, I'm talking.
you're going to take
Jack
that down
Deuce
90%
offsuit.
of the time.
Yeah, I just take it down and pick up $10, and you do that 3 or 4 or 5 times a session.
Oh, it'll make your session.
$50, yeah, it's
it'll
$50
make your
a
session.
year, and I know it seems like who cares, $10, but like I'm talking about the grand picture.
Yeah,
if you play every
if you implement that into
all the
your
time.
overall strategy, yeah, of course, in one session it might make you $30 to $50, but
over the
once
course of a year,
once you've played 200 sessions in the year,
that's $10,000.
yeah, you're looking in the thousands of dollars.
That's
And
10
again,
grand.
that's what we need to start looking at poker as is the long run, not necessarily individual sessions.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I've been doing this for a living for 16 years.
So these boards where we like to limp in kind of marginally and then just fold when we miss the flop. That's why I never ever really advise a limping strategy, because a majority of the time, we've already seen it multiple times tonight, where people will call a 3-bet with basically a marginal hand and then just fold. And again, you do that 200 plus times, 300 plus times, 400, 500, 600 times in the course of a year, you're talking about tens of thousands of dollars that you're potentially just
Yeah,
throwing into the garbage.
yeah. It's like we were talking about earlier about how hard it is to make hands,
Yeah.
right? I mean, we know this. So you have to find other ways to win.
Hmm.
Like we were talking about earlier, calling withdrawals, but having a plan B. And that's what's beautiful about poker is with every turn of the card, different opportunities and
Yeah.
presentations arise. Now it's just your job to tell a story that makes sense, or hope that you're playing with somebody that can't put stories together, and you just gives you credit. But
Hmm.
yeah, that's why poker's so great. I mean, people say it's gambling with it. No, that's why it's a skill game.
It's a skill game. Of course, there is gambling involved.
Yeah, but you're gambling with a very big edge.
Yes.
Very big if you play the right way. Like the casino would kill to have your edge and
Hmm.
put it out there on the floor.
That's why you see a lot of casinos don't offer poker because they don't. Their edge isn't high enough on the game to actually make a profit, so they just won't even have a poker room. And poker is the one game in the casino that you never play against the house.
Yeah, so that's very these are little tricks of the trade though on because if you're one of those players that go you kind of live and die by the cards, and whether your best hand held up or someone just beat you with the flush draw, or like, yes, that is a part of poker.
Yeah,
But that's
just inevitable.
yeah, but that's going to happen every way. Like, there's other ways to counter that though.
It's
Like,
it's no different really if you think about like a major league pitcher, for example. Like they could be the best pitcher in the world, but I mean occasionally they might throw some kind of pitch that's going to get a homer. Somebody's going to hit a homer off you eventually. So it's you,
yeah.
you could play about as good as you want, but there's still going to be a little bit of luck involved. But a majority of the time, if you are putting yourself in a position where you have the higher equity, in the long run, you will win. There's a reason that mathematics are such a heavy part of the game, and it's because think about it this way: if you are, we'll just say, going all in on every flop, that your equity is 50%. In the long run, we'll say over the course of 1 year, you're probably either going to be down, even, or up a little bit. But if you are putting yourself in a position where you are getting all in on the flop 70% of the time with the highest equity over that long term, you're going to have a lot more money to show for it. So that's what poker is putting yourself in the highest equity spots, getting people to put in money bad, and then stealing pots that shouldn't have been yours in the first place.
Finding the other ways to make money.
Exactly. And like we've said it once, we'll say it again. All of those little pots that you steal add up.
Yep.
And that's going to give you a huge profit. All the pots that you let slip away from either, just calling and then folding or 3-bet folding, all of those are going to add up. So you're going to have one side of the spectrum, you're stealing these pots and you're getting all this extra money, and then the other side of the spectrum, you're letting all this money slide away. You need to try to avoid all of that and then find that proper balance.
Hmm. Yeah, I had a Facebook, those memories pop up, and then I don't know, it was probably 10 years ago or something, and it said, "Oh my God, I ran absolutely horrible tonight." And then one of my poker buddies commented and said, "What'd you lose? About 1,000?" And I said, "No, I won 150 bucks or something like that." It was like a tiny little number that I won, but just the fact that I ran horrible, that's what I'm talking. Like, those are the things. Like, you can still win when you run.
Yeah, I mean, running horribly doesn't necessarily mean that you lost every hand. Like, say, for example, you have pocket aces and you raise it up and everybody folds. That's a bad beat. Or, say you have the 10 jack suited and the flop comes 8-9 deuce with, your suit. So now you've got the two overs open ended. You got a flush draw, backdoor two pair to counterfeit the guy's pocket deuces or whatever it may be, and you don't hit. That's going to probably put you on tilt. hands where you have ace king and you raise it up and you get no action. Um, there's so many scenarios where you can still have a winning session but have run terribly. It's happened to all of us.
Oh yeah.
There's just no getting away from that.
Yeah, that's but yeah, you got to accept that fate when you step into a poker room.
Yeah.
Like I said, you're just at the mercy of the deck sometimes, and
Yeah, I think a lot of people just get nervous when they play because they associate their chips with money. I think the better way to do it is just to forget about the chips having any kind of value and then just look at it from a game theory perspective. This is what the blinds are. I've always found that to be a lot easier to look at the game instead of saying, okay, I've got $1,000 in my stack. If we're playing a 1-2 game, I'm going to actually look at it and be like, okay, I have 500 big blinds in my stack, and that has always made me feel more comfortable at the poker table, just for the fact that now I'm not looking at it like, okay, I need to 3-bet here, but I'm scared to say I'm going to make it $100. How about I just say, you know what, I'm going to 3-bet it, I'm going to make it 50 big blinds because this is based on, the numbers that were already laid ahead of me. It's just a little hack to get a little bit more comfortable in games. Again, Elon's going to take the initiative here with the ace-5 suited, raising it up. I do like that. Love me the ace-5 suited. And we are delayed in seeing this flop. One of these days we'll get it. Flops ace-king deuce, 2 diamonds. Chief with the gutter, Elon top pair. Kevin bottom pair, Team Claiborne completely out of place with 5-6 offsuit. Turn comes a 10 and immediately fills up Chief for the straight. So Chief in position. Let's see how he plays this. I think I like just a call. I don't mind a raise though because generally when our opponent's raising pre-flop, flop's going to come out such as it does. Turn's going to be a scare card. Now the river's a diamond. Let's see how he approaches this. I think Chief needs to come out with a small bet here. Pot's 231. I'd like to see a $100 bill bet. And I can't see what he's doing. He's all in for 1.2K. That's a horrible mistake.
It's an effective bet. Elon only has 174.
Okay.
So you were in the ballpark anyway.
Okay, I misread that. Yeah, I was going to say that's a little too stout there. Yeah, okay, so then it becomes effectively a 175 bet. Not bad. I think still, though, with $175, I mean, yeah, I'd like to get all my opponent's money, but I think I'm going to bet a little bit just to make my opponent make a mistake. I think that's just how I would approach that hand. I think I would have bet one blackbird, one black chip, see what happens.
See if you can get a stubborn call.
Basically, yeah, because I think, when we go all in there, we have to make our opponent think that we're either A, bluffing, or B, that we're probably chopping. But it looks a lot stronger than what it is, so I think that we need to go with a little bit smaller of a bet to almost ensure a call, because otherwise if we're betting all in, our opponent has to have something. Whereas if we just bet a little bit, it kind of looks a little bit more suspicious. So we're just going to go check, check. Looks like Claiborne's going to get lucky on the river with the 6 of clubs. He's going to take that down. Can we pull up our V-pip?
Yes, sir.
Take a look at our hands played here, see who's aggressive, who's not. Looks like Elon Muck's right up there, about half his hands played. All the way down to the bottom with Cabman at 13%, along with G Money 13%. Pretty low numbers here. I think we need to be, again, if we're playing in cash games, I feel that a 30 to 40% VPIP is a little bit better. Oh.
Oh, no. Well, yeah. 11?
Yeah.
All right. Jerry Jones, good. Oh, sorry about your loss, Jerry.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you made the mistake of bringing back Mike McCarthy. I actually bet the Packers. Did I tell you that? I bet.
No.
Listen to this parlay. Not that I should probably be spouting off this stuff during our stream, but so I did a parlay this past week, and I got every game right. Literally, I bet the Buccaneers, I bet the Packers, I bet the Lions, I bet the Texans. And the one thing that got me was I had the Lions minus 3.5, and that was the only one that I missed.
Mm.
But yeah, I had Packers. I had a 16 parlay, 16, and got them all right except for the Lions. I should have went money line.
Oh, you took the points.
I took points. Yeah.
Well, they were spanking them too.
Yeah. Yeah. So here it is. So I had Texans minus 3.5. They covered that obviously. Chiefs minus 6. They covered. Bills minus 7.5. They covered. Green Bay Packers minus 3.5 at Dallas. They covered. And then I had the Lions minus 4.5 is what it was. And then I had the Buccaneers minus 2.5. So if I would have just went Lions money line, I would have made that. But it was $5 to win 1,400. So I mean the money line bet would have dropped it maybe like $100 or something like that.
Ship it.
But yeah, I was pretty upset about that. The Lions gave up a couple of easy touchdowns in that game that I was upset with. So
who do you like going forward?
I think that the Lions will win at home this weekend against the Buccaneers. I think the 49ers are going to beat the Packers, although I will say the Packers have been a top 5 team in the past like 5-6 weeks. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Packers went on the road and again won, but I think the 49ers, I bet them before the season to win the Super Bowl, and I'm just going to stick with that. So I'm going to go.
I like them. I thought it was either out of them or Philly.
Yeah, so I think the matchup that I wanted to see going into the postseason was the Lions versus the Niners, and then the Bills versus the Ravens.
That's what I think.
I think that's going to be the Final Four. I've been actually saying that the Bills are going to make it to the Super Bowl for the past 2 years, 3 years, and they haven't done it yet, but I'm probably still going to go with that. So I'm going to go with a 49ers Bills Super Bowl.
That's exactly what I think it's going to be.
I've actually got 50 cents on the 49ers to win it this year.
That's exactly what I think.
But I had so I've got the Denver Nuggets, Kentucky Wildcats, and the San Francisco 49ers in a 3-team 50-cent parlay to win $300. So it was a 600 to 1. And I'm still alive. They've had a couple of strong showings. They've had a couple of weak showings, but I still think they have one of the better teams in the nation.
For sure. They're going to be in the mix.
The tough one is going to be the Nuggets winning.
I don't know. They're the best team, too.
They just need to get healthy. I still think they can do it, but
yeah, they're good.
A three team.
As long as you have Jokic and Murray and Gordon, your core.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. You need a little more than that, but they're going to be.
That's what you need to perform, though.
Joker's just by far the best player in the NBA. That's insane.
Nikolai Jokic. That dude is unbelievable. Like, you look at him, and he looks like me on the court, except for the only difference is he's like 7 inches taller.
Well, there's a lot more difference.
Well, yeah.
You mean just by looks?
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at that dude, like,
he doesn't look like a hooper.
If I looked at that dude, I'd be like, why are you not at the buffet over at the Bojangles?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
He don't look like a hooper.
He does not look like a hooper at all.
Yeah. And he is.
But then if you knew who he was, you would know that he's a top 5 hooper in the league.
Oh, he's more than that. He's
but I mean, it's undisputed that it's top 5. I mean, some people might try to argue and say, like Giannis, KD, and all these other names out there, but
no, KD ain't in there. Not anymore.
Oh, so here we go. While we're talking about this, we caught some major action here. So from here, it looks like there might have been a straddle. There was a raise. Elon all in.
Elon's ready to spin it up.
And he got 4-bet by G Money.
Did Ace King
folded?
Who did that?
No way.
Who folded that? They're banished from the table.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know this was a little girl's cash game, but I mean, Ace King is not a hand that we're going to be folding.
Look at this. Elon with the 43% for the spin up.
Yeah, I actually like his hand here. It would have been nice to have it suited, but 5-7.
Oh, whoops.
He's going to need a miracle, though. That's not going to be it. So, unfortunately, he's going to have to dip into the rebuy satchel if he has one.
He looked like he had some chips below his feet.
Okay. So, he's ready to go.
I think he's in gamble mode.
Yeah, whenever I go play poker, I bring no more than 3 buy-ins with me. I usually bring in my 1 buy-in, and I've actually thought that to myself that I only like doing 2 buy-ins just for the fact that I think by the time I lose my second buy-in,
Not
I'm on
playing
full
good.
donkey tilt.
Yeah,
You
not
know what I
playing
mean?
good on your third.
Like, cause
So you
uh,
don't ever top up then?
no,
See, I top up.
I don't. No, I think that my overall strategy, like for example, when I went and played a couple of weeks ago, I was all in first hand with pocket aces. I mean, I just sat down and had pocket aces, and I was all in on the turn. But I ended up winning the hand. But let's just say I got super unlucky. I'm not done playing. I just got here. I'm ready to go. For at least a couple hours. So I bring. Typically, I think my strategy is to bring 2 buy-ins. 1 buy-in, and then if I get unlucky, but it's a full buy-in, right? So if it's like the 1-3 game, I'm bringing $300. I think that's their max buy-ins still.
4.
Well, so we'll just say 1-2,
Yeah, 3 to 4, whatever.
3 or 4, whatever it may be. So if
100
it's
big blinds.
yeah,
Probably.
if it's a one, if it's a 300 max, I bring 600. If it's a 400 max, I bring 800. If it's a 1,000 max, I would bring 2,000. And I've actually thought that that was a really good strategy for me personally because
That was a 4.
he's gonna have a little difficulty here unless he wants to make a play here.
Oh, he's got a shot now. Doors
Yeah,
open.
you just gotta fire it, bro. You just gotta fire it. You would have got that king to fold. But yeah, I think that if you start bringing too many buy-ins with you, you'll start chasing losses if you get to that point. Because I've seen myself do it before, where like I buy in and I get super unlucky, and then I rebuy, and then I get super unlucky, and then I rebuy, and then the next thing you know, I'm in a 1-2 cash game for like 1,200, 4 buy-ins, and it's not necessarily I'm playing bad. It might just be that I got ace king against jacks and we got it all in, and I didn't hit nothing, or I had pocket queens and got it all in against ace jack, and dude hits an ace. It's a lot of those type situations. But I think once you lose so many times, and then if I don't win, if I have to rebuy on that second buy-in, I get unlucky, I can just go home and come back and play another day.
Yeah, it's probably not a bad rule. I mean, if you know yourself.
It's really more about it's knowing yourself and how you feel about playing, because I found myself to chase losses before, and you can end up playing bad. End up getting a little bit more like you'll see like there's a raise and a re-raise, and you're on the button, you have 4 or 5 suited, and you're like, I'm not folding this hand.
That's right, man.
You know what I mean?
Not when we're stuck.
Not when we're stuck. I'm not folding this hand, and it doesn't even have to be like, because 4 or 5 suited is obviously a decent hand, but like that should be almost always an insta fold.
Yeah.
But you end up, what I'm talking about.
I know exactly
you
what you're talking about. I used to be this. I could get into a 1-2 game deep. 300 at a fucking time.
And yeah, so I've just kind of figured to myself that to help myself grow as a player, to be a little bit more aware of the mistakes that I'm making.
I got into a 1-3 game at Hollywood Casino in Lawrenceburg, Indiana. The $400 max buy-in, no half the big stack, no nothing, for $3,200.
So are you on like 7, 8 buy-ins?
Yep.
Yeah.
And shit you not, if I'm lying, I'm dying. I won in the session.
Nice.
I came back.
It
and
happens.
Won. It was
yeah.
one of the big. Well, I mean, I'm sure this game was playing like a 5-10. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, a lot of those times you're gonna, you got unlucky, but you have an edge in the game, and it's just it's one of those situations where you're like, if I can just not get so unlucky, I'll destroy this game. Mm-hmm. And you need chips to do that. So
yep, I've had to go both ways. I mean, the other most memorable sessions like that I ever had was Derby. We were at the casino. It was like 10 o'clock in the morning. I'd played all night long. 10 o'clock in the morning. Now the Derby day people are starting to show up. The day of the Derby, they're ready to drink and gamble. And I'm watching this table. I'm first on the list for like 2 hours. I can't get a seat, but I'm watching all this crazy action. I'm just like, God, I can't wait to get in there. Finally, seat opens up. Very first hand, I go broke. 3 heart. I have king jack of hearts. I don't remember. I had king jack of hearts. I want to say I flopped a king and a flush draw, or jack and a flush draw, and I was up against an overpair and lost some shit like that. But I lost very first hand, so I'm in for 600 immediately. This was at 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. By the time the Derby ran, so was that 6 o'clock at night? I was up 3,600 in that
Nice.
game,
Yeah.
in a 1-2 game.
Yeah, it sounds like the Derby and the
And for six, I had like a
pool player
$4,200
games.
stack in front of me in a 1-2 game.
Yeah, and the in Derby time, we get a lot of money that comes to town. It's like there's 2 premium times. Well, I guess you include the circuit 3, but the circuit actually brings a whole lot of really good players. So you'll notice that the cash games aren't as good. But during the Derby and during the pool tournament is when the cash games here locally are at their best.
Yeah, I think the cash games during the circuit are still pretty good. They're
No,
not.
they're
They're
good.
not. I mean, because this is the way I look. I don't think most tournament players are good cash game players.
No, they're not. It's
So,
totally different
Yeah.
game plan.
So I mean, you got to just know how to take advantage
Yeah.
of them, and you know exactly how they're playing.
But I guess I agree with you. Not that I'm disagreeing, but I think that when you have the circuit to come into town, you are going to have a lot more quality players that follow that circuit. Not necessarily that they're in the cash game, but that there's just a potential for more good players to actually be in the area than what there would normally be.
Yeah, that's what
But in Derby time, majority of these people that come play the game, and you know this, are just like degenerate gamblers that just want to come splash around,
Oh yeah, it's the
have a
Derby
couple
day.
of cocktails,
Yeah, it's
and have a
Derby.
good time, and that's when you're going to make a lot of money.
Yeah, I used to not miss a. After that session, I used to go to the casino every Derby.
I'll tell you what, after working the poker room during those derbies, it was something you really look forward to. Derby and pool time is when you look forward to it, and that was like the only time I feel like I ever wanted to work full time. Because most of the time, you do pretty well as a dealer as long as you know what you're doing. You have a good personality. You can build rapport with a lot of these people. But then once these people start coming to town and start splashing around it the way that they do, it's just so much more money to be made. Because you'll just see the pots. You don't normally see pots that large. Like right now, I noticed that they're running a 10-25 mandatory straddle PLO game.
Yeah,
Like
I
how much
just
money?
talked to someone who's there.
How much money do you think's on that table right
I
now?
know. So I can just, I
you about
just
to
got
tell
it.
me?
I already
Okay.
know. Yeah. So what do you think? Because I already
If I had
know.
to
I already
guess-
texted and asked.
If I had to guess how much money's on that table right now, I'd say no less than 50,000-60,000.
Chat over under.
Yeah, what do y'all think, Chad?
'Cause we got that little hand we can watch here.
10-25 mandatory straddle. So that means that in a 10-25 PLO game, the max straddle would be 85.
Yeah, and they're probably straddling 50 or 75.
I would say probably 50. Majority of the time, 75. Most of the time, they're not going to cap that at 85. They'll do 25 or 50 to 75. So, I mean, if we think about it realistically, 100 big blinds is $2,500, and a majority of that's pretty short stacked.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? So, maybe everybody has 200 big blinds. That's 5,000.
Yeah.
We're talking about minimum 30, 35,
That's what my source just told me he bought in for.
30,
No, 5.
5. And
But
that's actually
anyways,
pretty small, but I guess that's okay.
Yeah.
5K
well,
is okay.
and PLO's different too. 'cause
PLO is a lot different.
Sometimes you want to buy in short because
I think I'd rather buy in for short.
If the game's going to be gambly,
I'm
which
buying
it
in
most
short.
likely will be with those pool players, then it's you want to kind of have some spin it up money
Yeah.
too. That's 5K they don't take a lot to get it in.
No, especially with it being limit, or pot limit rather, you could probably see a little bit more and feel comfortable with it buying in for a shorter amount as opposed to buying into a no limit game short. That's one thing I don't ever do. I've done it before. I just hate doing it because I always find myself just all in buying in short into a no limit game.
But what was I going to say about that? Oh yeah, but anyway, so back to the answer. I texted my buddy and asked how is it, and he said has the potential to be mega. And I said, oh yeah, and he said 75 on the table currently.
Wow.
Currently. Yep.
So they got 5Ks out there, and that's not something you see very often. I mean, there's probably a couple people with some 5Ks in their
Oh,
stack.
yeah. I mean, well, a couple,
5K chips, not
yeah,
5K money, 5K chips.
A couple weeks ago, they had over 120 though. Top 2 for Kevin here. Sorry, well, we're top 2 for 2 of them here. So, Ped, this is going to be. They're deep. Let's watch this. That's just to see if they get it because this is a draw heavy board. So let's see if they get balloon this pot.
I would think that Kevin would want to raise,
Yeah, we have
but
yet.
let's see what he does here.
He's raising. Raisy daisy.
Yeah, on this kind of coordinated board, there's going to be a lot of 4-5s,
Let's see
4-6.
this. Watch this. See if
Hearts.
I want to see. That's not a break. I want to see what happens. I want to see if someone can be bluffed off this hand. Nope.
No, they're going to play it pretty
Heart.
conservatively. I think
No
that's
heart. No. Oh wow, they both get counter for that.
yeah. So I think
Check.
I think they're both going to play it soft here based on the action. I think they're just going to be scared and just
Chop it up, boys.
chop it up and
Y'all
waste
play a
our
lot of
time.
life. Play a lot of like.
Interrupted our 100K
Yes.
cash game
I thought we
tournament.
were gonna get to. I wanted to see
Tournament,
someone
cash
outplay
game.
somebody there. But yeah, I mean it's just
How much did you say they had on it on that last one?
75. Oh, a couple weeks ago, 120.
That's insane.
120. It went all weekend.
There's been only a couple of times in all the years that I dealt at the casino that I saw 5K chips on the table, and they all happened during pool week
Yeah.
every time.
Yeah, those guys come with
Because
pockets full of
basically,
money.
man, I've seen guys. I don't remember what his name is. There was a pool player that came to town every year, and was one of the worst poker players I'd ever seen, and it upset me. Like I wasn't too upset because I made a lot of money dealing because the people that he would make it rain on would tip me extremely well. But it seemed like this dude literally just came to the poker table just to blow 5,000 and then leave. Like, what are you doing? Like there was one time he bought in for 1,000. He bought in for an orange, bought in for an orange chip. Got two. No, he didn't get 2 stacks. He got 1 stack of green and some black and like 1 stack of red, and it was all in first hand. And then he did it again, and basically on his last hand straddled all in for 1,000. Got called and lost. Lost 5,000 in 30 minutes. Playing hands that like, I mean, this dude had to have been a multimillionaire for you to play like this. Like I just couldn't understand it. Oh, so here we got an interesting flop here. So we got G Money with top set. We got Kevin with a pair and a flush draw. Let's see how Kevin approaches it. Kevin does hit the flush now, so G Money goes from top set to second place. Let's see if he can get this board paired. He does not. So G Money almost knows that his opponent has the flush, and is he just going to call? He does. Very conservative play from G Money there with the top sets. I mean, the straight draw does hit on the turn. The flush draw does hit. But at the same time, we can't just automatically assume our opponent always has the straight or the flush there. And I think that with the check on the turn, I don't know if I like the check on the turn because a lot of times it's going to get checked back and then we're just going to see a spade or a 4-liner hit the river. So I feel like G Money might have cost him. I mean, obviously he still won the hand, or would have won the hand if the board paired. But I think he could have saved himself a little bit to play that a little bit more aggressively. But either way, flush gets there.
Oh, I did want to mention. Sorry, I've been meaning to mention this all night. Well, we have a second here. This is definitely the plan as of now, and is going to go as long as they can fill this endeavor up. But the first Saturday in March, that will be the 2nd, March 2nd, they are going to do what is called a $500 freeze out cash game.
You said the first Saturday?
First Saturday in March. So what the plan is you get I'm pretty sure you have a $500 stake just like a cash game, but they want 18 players. They've already got 6 confirmed. So it'll be 18 total players, and you will play it like you'll play 1-2 no limit, I think, or 2-5, whatever they're going to start it as. And each time 2 players get knocked out, the blinds will increase. So you'll go from 1-2 to 2-5, 2-5 to 5-10, 5-10 to 10-20.
Oh, wow.
If you win your table, it's like a freeze out. If you get all the chips at your table, you win $2,000. So you're up 50. You get 2,000. So you're up $1,500. And then you get to play heads up the winner of the other table for 5,000.
Okay, that sounds
So
cool.
it's cool. Yeah,
Somebody
something they're
somebody
trying to
did
come up with
that.
something different.
Somebody did that. Not. I mean, this was actually probably like 10, 15 years ago. It might have been the boat that did it, but they had a cash game tournament one time. That I'm trying to see if I can remember these rules. I'm pretty sure it was the casino, but it was a cash game tournament. Now I know it sounds kind of
Yeah, it sounds
doesn't make
oxymoronic.
yeah it doesn't sound like it makes sense, but it was actually a really cool idea. Basically, they did a tournament that was a cash game. So the tournament chips were actually cash chips, and the blinds went up every 20 minutes or so, but you could leave whenever you wanted. So
Hmm.
like you could continue to play if you wanted to, but you didn't actually have to. And I'm trying to remember who did this. This was like 15 years ago, but I thought it was a really interesting idea, and it sounds like that's kind of what they're wanting to do, except for this is more of just a tournament. Um,
Yeah,
it
it
sounds like a
says
tournament with just cash chips, but the one I saw was a cash game slash tournament. Thank me too. But yeah, this sounds more of like a tournament, just a straight
like a
tournament used
freeze out,
with
but
cash
with
chips.
increasing cat. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's because
At that point, I don't
there
even know
won't be
what
a big
the.
blind ante. I guess that would be different,
I
and it
guess yeah.
only increases when two players get like it's not
At that point, I
untimed.
don't know why you would rather. I don't know why you would just use cash chips.
Well, they might. I don't know what they're using. I mean, but I'm saying it's not like a timed level. You
Oh,
see what I'm saying? That's
I
the
okay. So
difference.
I see the difference now.
So yeah, like the one table, they might knock two people out the first round. They might be on two
The other
five
hand, the other
while you
table might be
guys are
playing for 3 4 hours.
right.
I got you.
It's and then your strategy might
I
change
see that.
depending on
Yeah,
you might be able to chill
that makes
the
sense.
first couple levels and then know okay crap I didn't get any
Yeah,
chips and like just like a tournament but
that
in a
makes
different
sense.
yeah. And then by the time you're like oh crap I'm about to be on 10-20 but I'm only sitting here with $300.
Yeah, see, the one I was thinking of that I just wish I could remember who did this. I thought it was such a cool idea, but um, it was like a normal tournament. There was antes, blinds. Blinds went up every 15, 25 minutes, whatever it was, but you could leave anytime you wanted. So, like, if you doubled up, you could just leave. But if you wanted to stay, the blinds went from 1-2 to 3-6 to 4-8 to 5-10. It might have been 6-12, 8-16. I don't
And if you
remember.
doubled up you cashed out for the
It was
chip.
just chips, yeah. So like
So it don't even make sense.
yes,
I mean you're just gambling
it
to
was a
say you
cash
won it.
game in a tournament format. So
Right.
like everybody bought in for the same amount. It's not like you could add more chips to the
Right. So
cash game
but that's
or
so
to the
like
tournament.
right.
So if you got down to $100, you could say, you know what, guys, I'm done. You take your 100, you take it to the cage, you cash out. But say you tripled up all of a sudden, now you've got like 3x. You could say, you know what, guys, I'm done. I'm leaving. All of a sudden, chip leader leaves the game with all the money, and I mean, it was still going.
Yeah, it's weird.
I could have sworn it was the boat that did that. I mean, this would have, like I said, this would have been
I
almost
like it. I mean, I get the
15 years
concept. The
ago.
concept's cool, but I feel like you have to finish it out.
Yeah, and I think there might have been extra incentive
It has
to
to be
do
something,
so.
yeah, like a guarantee. Or
Yeah, so
something.
there was some kind of extra incentive to do that, to want to finish it.
Yeah,
I don't remember it because it was so long ago, but it's the only time I've ever seen anything remotely like that.
right.
It might have been at like Belterra or something. I really don't remember. I didn't actually play it. I just saw it and thought it was such a cool idea.
Yeah. Well, that's what's cool. Like, you gotta. That's what, like I said, Club Jack's trying to be innovative. They're trying to come up with some different things. Like I said, this is the first live stream around this area.
Yeah.
Uh, so and it's huge. I mean, people talk about it all the time. I literally was at the casino playing last night and got 4 or 5 people saying, "Hey, man, how do I play on that live stream? You do the commentary over there?" Like
Yeah.
they love it.
Every time I go over there, I have to answer 50 different questions about it.
Yeah. So there is a 100%
Because
like
there's a misconception about it. Like, a lot of people think that, you have to know somebody or you have to have a ton of money to get on one of these live stream games. No, it's just a first come, first serve basis. I mean, if you want to get signed up.
1 second. We got action. Open ended versus sets.
Oh, here we go. Backdoor flush draw as well. Steven, backdoor gutter. Not that really matters, but I think I like Covert's backdoor draw a little bit better because he can hit backdoor straight and flush draw.
He bet it, right? No, he didn't bet it, but
Nah,
he's in
Elon's
that.
going to bet second
Eight of
set.
spades.
Just get called. Turns a
Now,
10.
gutter for covert.
That's kind of what we're
That's
talking about. I like Covert's hand a little bit better because he's got backdoor straight and flush draw. Elon Musk is going
so
to
now,
continue.
yeah. So now, what's his face here? Claiborne's straight draw shrinks up.
Yeah, because once you realize that the 8 is no longer good for you, we gotta get out of there. And
So
Covert makes an excellent fold as well, realizing that he needs an 8 and an 8 only.
yeah, ace would have been very bad for him.
But yeah, Club Jack has definitely tried to take the initiative of offering some different versions of the live stream, offering different cash game sizes. Basically, just trying to get people in the door and offer the city of Louisville a different option as far as poker is concerned. We just don't have many options here, and they just want to be able to provide you all with a superior poker experience.
Sorry.
Slow sound. Hopefully it comes right back on.
So every time it's not understanding it. Yes. Unplug me for a second so I can.
Yeah, we just lost power.
So, I love it like it. So it's 12
Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Oh hey, we actually got the sound back up and running.
on the stream.
Yeah.
See, that's all we needed.
Yeah, it sounds like we had a little bit of an issue here. I think we got it back up and running. Let us know if you can hear us.
Oh yeah, I got the sound too.
Double check 1 2 1 2. Let us know if you can hear us.
Okay.
Having some technical difficulties here in the live studio.
Here, I'll go to YouTube.
Yeah, as far as our end, I can see that we are both showing feedback. I can actually hear the table, so that's awesome. Yep, we're good.
They're gonna keep running the stream, but you guys can leave it till 11:15. That's cool.
Cool. All right, so I'm not sure what exactly we did, but it seems like we accidentally disconnected the sound and then turned it back on. So we are back to being able to hear the table. Let's take a look at our pre-flop raise. Let's see who is aggressive and not aggressive. So it looks like Cabman all the way at the bottom with 3% basically is just saying, unless I catch pocket aces or kings or ace king suited, I'm probably not going to be raising. Tight Mike, again, living up to his name at the top of the list. 1 out of every 4 hands he raises. Do we got our win numbers? Can we take a look at our win numbers?
Sure thing.
Just to see how that converts to winning.
Yep, Cabman's about even.
So Tight Mike, even though he is pretty aggressive, is down pretty substantially. Elon's definitely down the worst. Cabman, I think, he's only down 62. It's not a bad loss, but man, it must be a really boring night to just not play any hands and only lost $62. At this point, you're just paying for entertainment to hang out with the table. Got to start getting in there and splashing around. Look at Tight Mike. His name's Tight Mike. He's not very tight, but he splashes around. Looks like G Money is up 818. Definitely a nice night for him in the lead. Kevin right behind him at 561. Chief 450. Covert 450 almost. So it looks like about half our games winners, half our games losers. Pretty standard. think you might have to click that one more time. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
I think it was just waiting for the
Sorry.
no, you're good. I think it was waiting for the camera to change. It got stuck on that camera angle. So it looks like Cabman again is on the button. He's calling the 15. He's got the ace-4 suited. Elon really just doesn't have a hand that he just doesn't think that he can raise. Notice that weak chip placement when he did that. Seems very passive. Seemed kind of weak. But luckily for him, he just, hey, if my opponents don't have anything, I can throw out a little weak bet and take free money. Again, so, people get a little scared to 3-bet from time to time. But as we're looking at it, most of the time, these people just don't have anything. They just don't have anything. And if we are to just play a little bit aggressively, we can take down these hands. So the ace-4 suited, I know we're playing a little bit tight tonight. I think if we just go ahead and 3-bet that up, everybody folds, we win that hand, we move on. Instead, we end up donating and losing a little bit of money. And then when we take a look at the final numbers at the end of the night, that's why they are in the red. Looks like we got another straddle on the button. Looks like we got a new player in the game. I believe that's Lil Rylan, I think his name is.
Oh, yeah. And we did just get word, I believe, at 11 o'clock, me and Tom will be done for the evening. But they want the stream looks like it's going to continue to go strong. And honestly,
I'm not sure.
I think I'm going to play when I get off here. So I don't know if I'm going to play here or I'm going to drive to the casino or I don't know if there's an open seat in the stream game anyways, but...
Yeah, I mean, I love Club Jack, but the pool tournament being in town, there is multiple millionaires over there.
Or pretend ones.
Just blowing money left and right. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, there's the problem with that is getting a seat.
Oh, you better believe it.
12 deep on the 1-3s. 2-5 you can get a seat. There's only 2 people on that.
Do they do a must move to the must move to the must move still, or do they have those as independent games?
What's that?
So the way they used to do it, because 2-5 was so limited at our home base, like you'll notice at other casinos they'll have multiple 2-5 games. They'll usually have a must move game sometimes in like a smaller setup.
Oh,
so
must move, yeah. Like the 2-5s last night, there was 3. They were must move. They were all feeders.
Yeah, so I always thought that was annoying to where...
It is, but, I mean...
Well, as an employee, we have to keep track of all that, right? As a player, it's a lot different because you're just like, hey, Mitch, you're up at this table, and then you just go. But, like, we have to keep track of all that, and people are, like, coming and going and all the time. So, like... we have to have 3 sheets of paper essentially. So, like, this is the main game, this is the lineup, and then we, scratch somebody out, and then we have to keep track of that secondary table and then who's up first. And it's like, okay, we got Bob at 1, Steve at 2, George at 3, so on and so forth.
I would,
and then
if I ran a room, right, let's pretend, and that was the scenario, like, if there was 2 tables, I would not make one a feeder to the other unless it got short.
Yeah.
And then the other, that'd be the only thing. If there was 3 tables, I would probably make the 3rd table, the one that's probably most likely to break or not stay full the longest, whatever. I'd make that feed into both the other 2.
Yeah.
That would, and then if it does fizzle out, you can open up another game of some on a night like tonight. But not necessarily just.
Yeah,
if you got to move to that game, then you got to move into that game.
Yeah, if you go to some of the bigger casinos that offer more games like that at a higher level, they'll just be all independent games because there's so many of them running.
Right, exactly.
At a smaller market, like you said, a lot of people coming and going. Got to keep that game full. So there's always a feeder table that feeds into that. It gets kind of confusing. Like, and it very rarely happens. But when you get more than two 5 games going, then it becomes
Yeah, that's what I mean.
just annoying
I would
to
have
work.
one feeder, and I would say like those would be the 2 main games, and then let's say a seat opened up at the one game, and I'm going to fill it from the feeder game. I would say that the other main game would have first priority. Like if someone wanted to move
Yeah,
to the main game, they could go there,
yeah, that makes sense.
and that way it's kind of fair to be, where you're not like there might be a certain player you want to play with, or
Yeah,
and you've been there all day long, and you can't get at the table, or something like that. But yeah, we don't run into that very often.
not very often. Not around here. No, it's just not a big enough market, not enough money in town locally that plays poker to have those kind of issues.
And dude, that's what I'm telling you. Back in the day when I first started playing at the casino, every single day of the week we'd have 3 or 4 2-5s.
Oh, it was a lot different back then. Yeah.
Every day of the week there was at least 3 2-5s every day.
Well, the problem was that all the players around here are garbage, so they got into the 2-5 game, and of course that the blinds are a little bit higher, and they all start thinking that they have to go crazy. But I mean, if you think about realistically, the difference between 2-5 and 1-3 is almost nothing.
Yeah, no.
It's almost the exact same game, but for some reason, people get in this mindset that they have to play a lot more different in 2-5 games. Now, of course, there are going to be some better players than 2-5, but I've seen some of the worst players of all time only play 2-5.
Well, let me tell you what I think it is, and that's because like what we witnessed here tonight in the 1-3 earlier, not as much right now. We saw a lot of limping, right? 2-5, it's almost always a raise pre-flop. So you can't limp with the 6-10 suited for $3 and try and hit some whatever. You're gonna have to call 20, 25. So.
And I think you had a lot of those people doing that back in the day.
Oh, you probably
in the
did,
2-5 games, and then they just lost a ton of money and was like, God, I'm just losing my ass every time I come here and play. And it was like, man, I'm getting so unlucky. And they never had a self-reflecting moment where it was like you just said, I'm limping in with 10-6 suited. I'm calling raises with Jack-9 offsuit. I'm calling 3 bets with King-10 suiteds. I'm calling 4 bets with Ace-Jack offsuits and stuff like that, and they just go broke. So what they have to go back down, as we see Elon here getting it all in. Looks like he's going to
just win.
Kevin's going to sit here and think about it for a second, make it look like he has a tough decision.
Only decision he has
Take
is
a
he going
couple
to
of
finish
swigs.
that Dr. Pepper or not.
You can take a couple more swigs, bro. I mean, you took a swig, put it back, took a swig, put it back.
Yeah, he's hoping.
He's just showboating at this point. He's just going to sit here. Oh, what do I do with these 2 kings? What do I do with these 2 queens? I guess I fold. He took his stab. I like his stab. I like the heart. I like the fire in his eyes. Trying to make a play. Really good acting right now, by the way.
Yeah.
Really good acting.
Hey, Kevin, we're on a stream.
Yeah.
We can see your hand. No, but what he's really doing, exactly what Tom's saying, he's really just trying to protect his when he raises. He wants people to think that when he raises, he's actually got a real legit hand. He actually had absolutely stone air there.
Yeah, and like you said, that's a spot where if we stray away from doing things such as he just did, of course we can see his cards and we know the truth. But think about the players that are at the table right now. You see somebody bet and then he raises, and now somebody else is going all in. You would think, okay, maybe this dude's raise was pretty strong. He's got to be pretty strong to call this all in, and he's taking a moment. So we're all thinking to ourselves, that when we can't see his cards, this guy's got a pretty tough decision here. He's pretty solid. What's he going to do? But in all reality, it's just all a show.
Yeah, he had no decision.
Yeah, he has no decision at all, but the other players at the table don't know that because
Correct.
They can't see his cards. So that's something, again, that we need to be aware of is our image at the table. So if we're just just betting and then instantly folding, players are going to start picking up on those tendencies and start taking advantage of it. So,
Yeah, so that actually is people might be in the chat like, okay, do what you do and fold, or like that actually lets me know that he kind of has a very good understanding of his table
yeah,
image and how he wants to be portrayed.
yeah,
And we have a couple jacks out
yeah.
there.
Top pair, top kicker. Top pair, second kicker. We
Open-ended
got
for the
bottom pair,
Musker.
open ended.
Open-ended for the Mucks, man.
A four would be a very interesting card here on the turn.
Lordy. Don't call it the four clubs then.
So Cabman finally takes the initiative. He's left with 189. Kevin, though, directly behind him is going to call. Of course, that's with just a call. I think that's going to allow Elon to get in there. Of course, Elon's never folding. Open-ended here. So now we got the queen on the turn.
Ace Jack's still good, but that is a... Kevin, is he all in?
No, so
Kevin,
that's Cabman.
He's...
Yeah, Cabman seat 9. He is going to finally get it all in.
Let's see how Kevin interprets this, though, because Cabman hasn't got out of line either.
No.
So does he scared that queen hits him? Queen in a flush draw, queen jack.
Yeah, I will say it's somebody with an incredibly low VPIP and a table image as being a rock. Ace Jack should shrink up right now, but Kevin
call, but that's going to price. I think Elon in again. Although now his we're going back to the
the 10 is or the 9 rather is not a very comfortable card anymore to hit. The diamonds, so of course the straight would still be nice, but when we're looking at diamonds and spades out there,
yes, exactly. That's what I was saying. He's not worried about the 10. King, I mean the 9. No one's King 10 shouldn't be there unless you have the King 10 of diamonds.
Yeah,
because they bet pretty hefty on the flop.
Still a scare card, but like you said, I would be more worried about spades and diamonds being out there, something along the lines of like King 9 of diamonds.
Look, Elon, it's coming.
Yeah, he hates folding that, but I think it's actually mathematically correct. When you have two players, one of them being all in.
If that was a queen of clubs, though, I think he might have called.
Yeah.
Two flush draws, really, you don't know what you want.
Queen of clubs is a lot more likely to have a call there, I think.
You're right. You just don't know. You literally could have shrunk from he bricks one. They ran it once, and Ace Jack. Kevin, good call with Ace Jack on the turn.
Yeah, very good call, especially from an opponent that's played as snugly as they have.
Yeah.
I like that. But yeah, like you were saying, it's very possible that our opponent is just making a play with something along the lines of like King 10 of diamonds or Ace 10 of diamonds, something of that nature where they might have like a gutter and a flush draw. And if we're just putting in a ton of money with a straight draw in which hitting that straight might not even be good, depending on the suit, I like the decision to fold. It sucks, but we got to do that sometimes to make the correct play. So yeah, we're coming up close to the end of our night. See if we can get a couple more of these action hands in here. I don't know if they want us to leave the stream on or if we're just going to end it and the stream is going to continue being unstreamed. I'm not sure exactly how they're wanting to do that. I mean, I guess they could just leave it on and have no commentary, and then everybody at home could do their own commentary. Looks like we got Ed in the chat. What's up, Ed? Thanks for joining us tonight. Again, we are live here at Club JAQK. You can find us on 165 Outer Loop. That's 40214. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, please be sure to visit us on clubjackpoker.net or any of our social media platforms. If you're interested in getting signed up for the live stream, be sure to visit us on Wednesdays on Facebook or other social media platforms. They have a list that comes out, or really more of a sign up on Wednesdays, that if you're interested in getting signed up for any of our games, you can do so very easily. You're just going to contact our live stream coordinator, Justin. More information on clubjackpoker.net and online.
Ed Hill, what up, Ed? Also, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but happy birthday to old Cody. It's his birthday today.
Oh yeah, did you turn 22?
Cody's 22. He's that young?
I don't know.
I don't know. His beard's like 46 for sure.
Yeah.
Ed, where are you at again? I saw it on Facebook because me and my wife are looking for an all-inclusive. Are you on an all-inclusive trip? And aren't you in Mexico somewhere?
Mexico, eh?
Mexico,
I haven't been to Mexico in a couple
where
of
the
years.
tequila is tequila.
I got hammered in Mexico last time I went there.
You're in Cancun. Okay, yeah, I don't want to go there with my wife's been there before. So I was looking at Cozumel in Mexico.
That's where I went, Cozumel.
Pretty nice.
Very nice.
All-inclusive?
No, we just went like we were in a passing by kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, I want to go to an all-inclusive.
We were only there for 8 hours,
Like
9
I told
hours.
you, we're highly considering the Bahamas, Jamaica, Punta Cana, maybe Cozumel, but not Cancun. Even though she went there and she did like it, she's already been. That's the only reason we're not going.
What was that one movie that came out about Cancun? Spring Break something. The real Cancun or something
I
like
didn't
that.
watch it, but yeah, that's what you're talking
It
about.
was like a real world, but it was in Cancun. It's terrible.
Rays in the chat. KJ off from early position. King Jack off from early position is always a fold for 15 pre. Caveman got what he deserved. Yeah, King Jack is one of those. That's I heard years ago. It's the what Dayton Negreanu used to call it. It's the amateur hand or something because it's two face cards. It looks way better than it is.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah, almost always you're gonna be second best.
Ace Jack offsuits.
You better
King
make
tens,
Broadway.
King Jacks, Queen tens, hands like that.
Yeah. Margaritaville Island, Reservoir and Rivermere, south of Cancun. That's what I thought there, Ed. Is that all inclusive though? Talk to me. And you had me at Margarita.
Yeah, they had a Margaritaville Island.
Yeah,
That's cool.
I've looked at his pictures on there, but I couldn't remember where he was.
I'll be honest. I've been to a lot of Margaritavilles. It's one of my favorite places to go.
Well, I go to Margaritaville, not the resorts, but
Just the town on the Margarita.
just a town in my backyard. Yes, sir. All inclusive.
They actually have a new margarita at Applebee's that I had the other night that was really good. I don't remember what it was. Some kind of blue Hawaiian margarita or something.
Dude, I'm telling you, I have the Terramana tequila. It's the Rocks tequila. It's so freaking good, and it's only like $28 a bottle, $30 a bottle. I get skinny margarita mix, which is no sugar, so there's hardly any calories in it. And then, so you just do a shot. I do shot and a half, 2 shots sometimes, but either way. And then you do the mix, but then you put a splash of the orange juice in it.
Yeah.
And it's freaking phenomenal.
That
just
good.
gives it just enough kick, but it's not like overly sweet. And I'm talking like you get for someone like me who likes to watch what he eats and shit like that, you literally get a drink for 120 calories with a shot and a half, and you might get maybe 150 calories or something. But as opposed to a regular margarita, which is like 400 or 500 calories, and it's packed with sugar. And if you know anything about hangovers, the sugar is what causes the hangover the next day. It's what you mix it with. Don Juan was flowing today. Oh, Don. Oh, Don. My man. I like Don. I like Don Julio. Yeah, I like all those guys.
Yeah, see, I don't know alcohols that
Casamigos,
much.
Terramana. Do you know what I don't like though? Patron. It is too salty for me.
I do like a very cold, very chilled Patron.
Yeah, see, you like salt then. See, look at that. There's
I
my
like
memories.
salt.
First thing that pops up.
Oh, no.
Margarita. Picture of being a margarita.
Yeah, margaritas are
margarita.
my favorite, basically.
Ed, you're making me jealous, man.
That's
Not only
like a
just
top
the
shelf, ain't it?
amazing drinks and that, it is. You have no idea the cold weather we are enduring here right now.
Oh, man, yeah, I'm pretty jealous. I wish I was back in the Caribbean somewhere. Unfortunately, I'm stuck here in lovely Louisville, Kentucky, where it is currently
15?
12 degrees.
Drop some degrees. See?
We have a severe weather warning.
Yeah.
It is partly cloudy with a chance of looking like shit the next couple days.
It's partly cloudy and with a chance of me hanging myself.
Yeah.
No, kidding.
It's disgusting out right now. You should have seen it this morning, Ed. This morning it was. Whew, it was the snow was coming down. It snowed all night last night, and the roads this morning at like 8, 9 a.m. were about as bad as I've seen in Louisville, probably in several years. I haven't seen a snowstorm like this. And it doesn't look like it's going to warm up anytime soon either. So, if I were you, I would try to figure out a way to lose my passport or my transportation back home and just stay down there in sunny weather on the beach. On the beach. Looks like Covert is covertly sneaking out of the game. He's out.
All right. That means open seat for me.
Looks like we have a couple open seats here.
I think I might jump in here. I'm going to jump in something, I think. I don't think I want to go to the casino. Here's my issue with the casino, and it's for this pool action. It's the waiting lists are ridiculous.
Oh, I bet you the waiting list right now are crazy.
15 to 1-3, 3 for the 2-5s. They don't even have. Can't even start a 1-2 PLO. Which I want to play.
Do they force you to still do that poker diamond thing? Is that still an active thing?
What's that?
Like, you know how you used to be able to just jump the list if you were diamond or higher, and then you could jump the list to the top if you were
7-star. Yeah,
7-star. But then they changed the rules to where you had to be a poker diamond.
Yeah, 7-star still has priority.
But they got rid of the diamond.
I've no
so 7 stars still has priority. Well, so this was the thing. This is the way they did it. 7 stars, no matter what, back in the day, jumped to the top.
Correct.
Diamond, back in the day, no matter what, jumped to the top, except for 7 stars.
Poker diamond, right? You had to have
poker diamond started recently, like within the past couple of years. And poker diamond.
Oh yeah. Back in the day, you're right.
They didn't
Diamonds
do that.
Did jump the list.
Diamonds jumped no matter what.
Sure
7-star
right.
jumped to the very top.
At all anymore, I can tell you that.
Diamonds don't jump it at all. Because they added poker diamond,
like 100-something hours,
which was like 100, 200 hours or something like that. And it's just like, on average, how hard is that going to be for an average player? Like, you're never going to get that.
No. Well, yeah, but I think that's fine too, though, to reward your players. But
if we're in the casino, I earned diamond.
Correct.
And like you earned Diamond Elite or Platinum or whatever
I'm Diamond Elite,
the super level of Diamond is.
And that's the thing too. Like this stupid app never lets me sign up on the app.
Yeah.
So I always have to text the floor and say, "Hey, can you get me a seat? Put me on the list." And otherwise, I just have to get on there and get on the list, which I used to not care about.
Yeah, but that's awful now.
When I was 7-star,
you get right to the list. Right to it.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I'm at the top of the list. Oh, there's 600 people on the list. Guess what? I'm number 1.
Yeah, I did not care. Look, we're playing PLO now, so I wonder if now that they know the stream's supposed to end at 11. I wonder if we've switched to PLO, which I'm really probably
we've only got
it's PLO.
We've only got 8 minutes left on this, so.
No, they're keeping going.
Well, I meant for us.
Oh no, we're done at 11. We've been doing overtime.
Well, he said 11:15.
Well, no,
because it's 15-minute strip. Did he change that?
Oh, I see what you're saying. But I got you. It don't matter. We can go for 8 more minutes.
Yeah, because he said 11:15 because I think it was the 15-minute delay. Poker Diamond, 750 hours.
750, huh? That's all.
750
Let me call
hours.
this all hand to you, boys and girls. Though we've got top sizzle of kings. And a good fold by the aces there.
Is there 750 hours in a year? How many hours is that?
Ray probably has. He probably's got poker diamond twice. You know who really does? Norm.
Norm, 100%. Old man Harold, that plays 4-8, is for sure on there. Dewey and fam.
Oh yeah, Dewey.
Dewey, Con. I love those guys. They're there. They're for sure poker diamond.
750 hours goes to hop behind 7-star, and that's for a full calendar year.
So what is 750 hours? Like 8 months worth of hours?
Let's break it down. 750 times divided by 24.
I think it's like 30 days worth of playing.
Oh yeah, you're probably right.
Well, 24 hours in a day.
31 full
10 days is 200. 10 days is 240 hours.
8 hours a day, you would divide that by, or times that by 8.
Yeah.
250 days of 8 hours of play. Something like that. No big deal. Yeah.
Yeah, good luck on that.
Indeed.
I wonder how many hours I've got. I could actually pull it up because I keep track of all my hours that I play. I think I've got 11 hours in so far this year, so I'm getting pretty close to Poker Diamond. But I will say
They are playing
I do know
PLO.
some people there.
Boys and girls, if you, I'm about to hop out of this booth, and I'm telling you,
Look at this wait list.
if you all see me, if you see a big beautiful man on the stream that you haven't seen before, that'd be me.
Yeah, their wait list has a 1025 mandatory straddle, 19 on the wait list.
Beautiful hand here.
They
for
got a
Elon.
1-2-5 card
He's-
PLO going too.
No, they don't. That's what I was just looking at. It said 0. They're just
Oh,
this
my
for it.
bad. My
I
bad.
might go over there if they had that, but now that they're playing it right now, I might just stay here. Ace, Queen, Jack, 10.
Yeah, you're better at calling the Omaha than I am.
Yes,
It's too much work
So
for
look
me.
at so we got
I'm
king,
too lazy.
very bad kings for Kevin. We have some pretty decent queens, and they're right. Look at this is the flop of the flops. We've got
He's got
set
the
of
full
kings,
wrap
and he's got
nut
the full
flush
wrap
draw.
and the nut flush draw, and he was a pre-flop raiser. So let's see if Kevin,
This is
for
dirty.
some odd reason, is going to think he's got 3 king aces here.
You've got to worry.
You gotta worry. He did pot it. Look at that.
Wow.
What I tell you.
Great fold. That's why you need to be aware. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier.
He doesn't have it, but I mean he basically
A
has
majority
it.
of the time. I'll tell you what, for not having pocket aces right there, wow.
Quads.
The king on the turn.
What? And he potted it. I mean,
Wow.
that
But
is a
see,
sick-
that's exactly what we were talking about was that situation that it's almost always aces.
yeah.
Almost always aces. There we go, raise. Basically 15 hours a week for 52 weeks. Yeah, I'm good, bro. Yeah, I'm not going to be playing that much. Bro, I'll be honest with you. I worked there and didn't get that many hours in a year. So I don't think I'm going to get there playing.
All right, I'm gonna call one more hand. and
Maybe
then
if
I'm thinking,
tournaments...
see if there's a seat available from Wall.
Man, that's a lot of hours. Yeah, I don't personally like that they did away with that because I feel that if I'm spending this much money in this casino, you better give me whatever I want.
Yeah, that's the
Like,
problem with,
you're not giving me $6 food comps anymore. Y'all aren't giving
so
me
bad,
nothing.
dude. The only reason I'm lucky is I have one host over there that when I run into him, he will give me a comp for 2 every time he sees me.
That's good.
But I was a freaking 7-star for God's sake. He just remembers me, takes me. This is a premium, by the way, for Ryland. King, Queen, Jack 9. He flops him a top pair, gut shot, backdoor diamonds. He's
Elon.
up against the 9-7-6, open ended, and oh man, God, Elon has a premium too. Ace, King, Jack 7, double suited.
Backdoor flush
Mike
draw as
bets.
well with a flush draw.
Yeah,
I expect these
I want
hands to
every
see a
hand but
turn.
Mike's.
Yeah,
Even though
that's-
Mike's isn't horrible.
Yeah, I think they're all going to see this turn. 6 on the turn.
So Mike has 2 pair, open ended,
Yeah, still going to be worried about 9 and 10 being there, though.
and then Ace 7 gets them on the river. It's gonna check around, unless Mike is gonna.
Yeah, Mike might make a play here.
Pots it,
Here we
but
go.
It's
I like
hard,
the
it's
play.
really hard to call with Ace 7 right here.
Oh, it's really, really difficult.
Snap fold.
We just saw
Yeah, I'm gonna
second
get this
set.
game.
We just saw second set fold.
Yeah, well, I don't think that was a good fold, but I'm just saying I thought it was potential because he was up.
I think
against
we
the
see
Potter.
one. I think we see
Exactly.
one and then reevaluate on the turn.
Exactly right.
I'm never folding a set unless it's like bottom set, and I think there's already been a pot and a repot in front of me. I think that's the only time I'm folding a set. Otherwise, I think I'm going to see it once. See what my opponent does. You know, if you get a second bullet, aces just are that much more likely. But yeah, I think that's probably going to do it for us tonight.
Thanks for.
So I guess we're leaving the live stream going.
We're gonna leave it
Just let 'em-
going, and you will see me on there. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
So, but it'll be 15 minutes from now.
Not me. I'm going home and I'm going to bed. I've had a long
I'm
day.
pretty sure
I am sleepy.
Thank you, Ray. Are you grinding over with the pool players? Or are you gonna catch them on the week?
I'm going to be over on probably Monday and
Yeah,
Tuesday.
I'm going Monday. Monday's my birthday, but I'm gonna go early Monday and play till I go to dinner later that night.
It's the 21st,
Second.
20th, 22nd. I knew it was one of those.
Good night. Good night, everybody. Good night, Ed. We'll see you when you get back. Nice and
Yeah, thanks
welcome you
everybody
back to
so
the
much
cold.
for joining us here on this cold Friday night here at Club JAQK. Again, This was a fun night. Lots of action, lots of big hands. We saw some heartbreaks.
Yeah, I'm gonna get in here and bust these clowns up,
Yeah,
or
so
get busted up myself. One of the two.
we're not sure when we're going to be back. I'm not sure what the exact plan is for tomorrow, but just stay tuned to Club Jack, clubjack.net, and keep up to date with us. Again, thanks everybody for joining us, and we will be seeing you all when we see you. Have a good night.
Thank you.